Chapter 1146. Since the rebellious emperors of the eastern heaven had all been planted with restrictive spells, Madame Guehua did not dare to escape alone. She had no choice but to stay here and assist myriad Saint Dragon King. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a drop of black blood, sprinkling it on the thorny flowers that were growing on the surface of the water. After using this drop of black blood, Madame Guehua's originally beautiful face instantly turned old and ugly. As for those thorny flowers, their ghost chi skyrocketed, making them incomparably terrifying. Ning Fan, who was working together with the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant to kill myriad Saint Dragon King and the other experts of the foreign races, frowned. He sensed the changes in the thorny flowers on the surface of the water. However, he did not put those giant flowers as his priority. Since Daoist Xianwei had escaped, what Ning Fan wanted to do the most right now was to kill myriad Saint Dragon King. Seeing that Madame Guehua had used her black blood, myriad Saint Dragon King heaved a sigh of relief. After using all his strength to block the joint attack from Ning Fan and the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant, he gave Ning Fan a strange smile. "Little Yen Luo, you are indeed very strong. I am not your opponent, let alone your Tao Destruction Lightning Infant. However, if I want to escape from here, you won't be able to stop me. Ha! Now, it's time for the night of 100 ghosts. Ghost soldiers, appear." As soon as myriad Saint Dragon King's voice fell, the chilly wind between the sky and the water instantly became 10 times colder. At this moment, the thorny flowers on the surface of the water opened their bloody mouths out of nowhere, making them look like a man-eating flower. There were also ghosts that were spat out from the mouths of hundreds and thousands of thorny flowers. Their bodies were stained with disgusting mucus. This is... Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. Those ghosts that were spat out by the thorny flowers seemed a little familiar. There seemed to be the immortal kings and immortal venerables that he had killed before, the low-grade foreign races that he had massacred and the immortal emperors of the foreign races that he had killed. More and more ghosts flew out from the mouths of the thorny flowers and stared at Ning Fan blankly. However, as myriad Saint Dragon King gave an order, all of the ghosts showed killing intent towards Ning Fan and charged towards him in a frenzy. These experts of the foreign races should have been killed by me. Why are their souls still intact? The death of a human is like the extinguishing of a lamp, the death of an immortal is like the scattering of thoughts. It's fine for those foreign races with first-step cultivation, as it's not difficult for their souls to not be extinguished after death. However, if a second-step expert were to perish, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens for their soul to be reborn. The Fu Li spirit wheel has such a heaven-defying ability, and these thorny giant flowers actually have it as well. Bang! Bang! Ning Fan summoned the fate-severing sword, the steel of sun, moon and stars and the wondrous tree of 7 treasures at the same time. The ghosts that tried to approach him were shattered into pieces. However, after being smashed into pieces, those ghosts could actually be reborn again and again. It was impossible to kill them all. Putting aside low-grade ghosts, even if they could resurrect infinitely, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Ning Fan could kill hundreds or thousands of them with just a raise of his hand. But the higher-level ghosts were a little tricky. An immortal sovereign or immortal king with only 1 life was not much of a threat, but an immortal sovereign or immortal king with unlimited lives was even harder to deal with than some weaker immortal emperors. What troubled Ning Fan the most were those ghost immortal emperors who could resurrect infinitely. When these immortal emperors were still alive, none of them could withstand more than a few attacks from Ning Fan. However, after they turned into ghosts, not even mid-grade innate magic treasures could truly destroy their ghosts. It was really strange. When a group of immortal emperors no longer faced the threat of death, they would be able to attack their enemies without caring about their own injuries. The explosive destructive power would be extremely terrifying. Fortunately, Ning Fan's eternal true body had an extremely strong defense, and the cross-shaped light ring was also extremely heaven-defying. After these ghostly immortal emperors died, they didn't have the East pacifying talisman to counter the heaven sealing art, so their intelligence became very low. Just as they were about to get within 1,000 zhang of Ning Fan, they were all frozen to death by the cross-shaped halos. Then, they were killed by Ning Fan again and again. They were reborn, destroyed, and reborn again. It was incomparably disgusting to kill them all. Even though Ning Fan was not afraid of these ghost immortal emperors, he was still held back by them after all. Thus, he did not have the strength to worry about Myriad Saint Dragon King. The Tao Annihilation Lightning Infant was also held up by a few undying and indestructible ghost soul immortal emperors, and could no longer chase after Myriad Saint Dragon King. Her lightning pillar, which had always been successful, was actually unable to kill these ghosts. This made her feel very frustrated. Even she felt troubled by these ghosts that could resurrect infinitely. At the same time, he felt that the man looked familiar. He seemed to have heard of him somewhere before. It must be a very old memory. Otherwise, she would have remembered it. Ha ha ha. Little Yen Luo, you're just a so-so. Are these half-completed undying ghost soldiers enough to give you a headache? You just stay here and fight these undying ghost soldiers. I'm going to leave now. Myriad Saint Dragon King smiled proudly. While Ning Fan was distracted, he began to tear apart the great force of heaven and earth, trying to escape from Ning Fan's blockade. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. How could he let Myriad Saint Dragon King escape? All of a sudden, he stopped the attacks of most of his magic treasures and only held the fate-severing sword in his hand. Then, he used a strange sword technique to cut thousands of low-grade ghosts that were approaching the range of the light ring into two. Myriad Saint Dragon King was filled with disdain. He did not even bother to turn his head around. He was certain that Ning Fan's attack was useless. The ghosts that were killed should be able to resurrect infinitely. How could an undying ghost soldier be eliminated with just a single attack? Their ability to resurrect infinitely was not just a joke. Even if these ghosts were just half-completed undying ghost soldiers and they were not complete, they were still not something that could be eliminated with such a simple method. Moreover, if it wasn't because these undying ghost soldiers were just half-completed undying ghost soldiers which had the fatal flaw of time limit, Myriad Saint Dragon King would definitely choose to stay here and besiege Ning Fan with his ghost army. Only the true undying ghost soldiers could be used forever. The half-completed undying ghost soldiers could only be summoned on the spot and could only be used for around an hour. What a pity! What a pity! It seems like the plan to attack the myriad saints past this time has failed. I won't have the chance to turn this heaven-defying immortal king into a true undying ghost soldier. With this brat's strength, the grand divine priest will also be interested if he is turned into an undying ghost soldier. What a pity! Myriad Saint Dragon King sighed. Ah! All of a sudden, he seemed to hear the shrill screams of the ghosts behind him as if he was hallucinating. It's impossible. I must be hearing things. How could those half-completed undying ghost soldiers be screaming? Since they could resurrect after death, those ghosts should not have made a sound when they were killed. Myriad Saint Dragon King shook his head and silently chanted a calming incantation, trying to suppress the hallucinations in his ears. However, not only did the hallucinations not disappear, they became even more intense. Ah! More and more ghosts were screaming in pain. It's not a hallucination. Those half-completed undying ghost soldiers were really screaming in pain. Myriad Saint Dragon King, who had just torn apart half of the seal of heaven and earth, was shocked. He turned his head and saw an unbelievable scene. When Ning Fan used a strange sword technique, the half-completed undying ghost soldiers who were said to be immortal for a limited time were destroyed forever. They could no longer be resurrected. What's going on? What kind of sword technique is that? It can actually destroy undying living beings. Myriad Saint Dragon King felt that his outlook on life had received a huge impact. Suddenly, he thought of something and the 8 giant snake heads sucked in a cold breath. He remembered that the information about Ning Fan mentioned something about him being the successor of the ancient chaos. The successor of the ancient chaos. Could it be the successor of the ancient chaos that I thought he was? The ferocious star who killed undying living beings like cutting vegetables in the ancient times. The monstrous great emperor who was chosen by several immortal sovereigns of the true world when he was only at the second step of the immortal world. The ancient chaos great emperor. Legend has it that the ancient chaos great emperor could easily kill undying living beings. I didn't believe it at first. I didn't expect it to be true. This young man is actually not afraid of undying living beings. He actually has a sword technique that can harm undying living beings, slash. Under the powerful attacks of Ning Fan's 5 yin-yang swords and life-severing sword, large numbers of half-completed undying ghost soldiers were destroyed forever. The Tao Destruction Lightning Infant was stunned. The undying living beings that even she found difficult to deal with were actually destroyed by Ning Fan with ease. For the first time, she felt a trace of admiration towards her master, Ning Fan, from the bottom of her heart. He's too cool. Is this my master? He is like a heavenly god of golden flames who wields a divine sword to kill undying living beings who go against the heaven samsara. He's too cool. The thunder infant of Tao annihilation shamefully blushed. A huge golden infant's pretty face was as red as it could get. Impossible. How could the undying ghost soldiers of the ghost flower of the netherworld be destroyed so easily? Wasn't the achievement of the ancient chaos great emperor in killing undying living beings fabricated by the later generations? Could it be true? Madame Guo Hua and great emperor Maha were drenched in cold sweat. Even the undying living beings could not stop Ning Fan. Once Ning Fan kills all of them, his next target would be myriad Saint Dragon King and them, the traitors. Fellow Taoist Guo Hua, we shouldn't stay here for long. I have a one-time devil cavity that was given to me by the Devil Conferral Summit. I will bring you out of this place. Great Emperor Maha suddenly became forthright and wanted to escape with Madame Guo Hua. The devil cavity was a unique technique of the ancient devils. He had a one-time devil cavity. Even if Ning Fan sealed the heaven and earth, he would still be able to escape from this place. Of course, that method of escape could only be used once. Moreover, the primordial spirit of an immortal emperor must be offered to the devil cavity as a sacrificial offering. Otherwise, the devil cavity would collapse halfway, Great Emperor Maha sneered. That was why he wanted to escape with Guo Hua. Wasn't Guo Hua a ready-made sacrificial offering for an immortal emperor? What? Fellow Taoist actually has a one-time devil cavity that defies the heavens? However, we are under the restriction of the great divine priest of the foreign races. If we abandon the troops of the foreign races and escape on our own, we will be killed by the restriction. Madame Guo Hua was pleasantly surprised at first, but then, she said worriedly. Don't be afraid. I have a secret medicine that can suppress the enslavement restriction of the Z-Wei immortal cultivator. Take it. Great Emperor Maha handed Madame Guo Hua an unknown pill without hesitation. It was true that he had a secret medicine. However, the medicine that he gave to Madame Guo Hua was fake. It was just a sacrificial offering. How could it be worthy of using the precious immemorial devil medicine? He just needed to deceive her. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving me from the abyss of suffering. From now on, I am yours. I am willing to serve you every day. At the moment of life and death, Madame Guo Hua did not suspect anything. After taking the pill, she winked at Great Emperor Maha. However, she had forgotten that she had used the power of the Netherworld Blood Pact. Her appearance had become extremely ugly. Her winking nearly made Great Emperor Maha vomit on the spot. Let's escape now. Devil cavity, open. Great Emperor Maha activated the one-time devil cavity and tore open a pitch-black passage between heaven and earth. He brought Madame Guo Hua and was about to enter it in a flash. However, at this moment, a sharp sword light that could pierce through 1,000 li came slashing at them, shattering the one-time devil cavity. Great Emperor Maha and Madame Guehua let out a muffled groan. They were blasted out by the hurricane caused by the collapse of the devil cavity. Their expressions instantly turned extremely ugly. Ning Fan had already killed most of the high-level ghosts and got rid of the entanglement of the ghosts. Now, he was right in front of the two of them. Ning Fan. If you dare to stop me from escaping, I will fight you to the death. Great Emperor Maha was infuriated. What nonsense are you talking about? You are the traitors of the eastern sky. How can I let you escape? Die. Qi Ning Fan's golden flame true body held the fate-severing sword. What kind of ability did Great Emperor Maha have? It was said that he had once fought with Luo Ho before he became an emperor. However, he was actually forced to retreat by 3 punches. With his current cultivation base, it would be difficult for him to withstand a single sword strike from the fate-severing sword. Ah! Great Emperor Maha let out a miserable shriek. He was killed by Ning Fan's sword. It was a strange death. Great Emperor Maha did not have anything like a primordial spirit in his body. His physical body was everything he had. As expected, this Great Emperor Maha is a corpse devil. Ning Fan recalled the information he obtained after he killed the Primal Core Realm Great Emperor and smiled coldly. Be it the Primal Core Realm Great Emperor or Great Emperor Maha, none of them were native cultivators of the eastern sky. Therefore, they did not feel guilty at all when they betrayed the eastern sky. One of them was a pill devil while the other was a corpse devil. Both of them were devil creatures that had escaped to the eastern sky from the Supreme Pill sacred region. The living beings of the Supreme Pill sacred region could not leave the sacred region. However, strange living beings like pill devils and corpse devils could. It was precisely because there were many pill devils and corpse devils who had escaped from the extreme pill sacred region and stayed in the eastern sky forever. That was why the extreme pill sacred region tightened its control and no longer allowed any non-human living beings to escape from the sacred region. I'm getting sidetracked. Ning Fan was not concerned about Great Emperor Maha's background at all. Compared to Great Emperor Maha, he was more concerned about Lady Ghost Flower. The ugly woman in front of him was quite capable. She could summon a thorny gigantic flower and undead creatures. Interesting. If it was in the past, Ning Fan would not mind sparing Lady Ghost Flower's life and keeping her by his side as a cauldron or a servant. Unfortunately, she was a traitor. If she was a traitor, how could he forgive her? Because of her betrayal, not only did countless cultivators of the eastern sky die because of her, but those people were also Ning Fan's comrades. They were the people who protected the eastern sky selflessly. Even though their corpses were not cold yet, this woman must pay the price. Don't kill me. I can be your pillow. Lady Ghost Flower, whose face was so ugly that it was distorted, immediately begged when she saw Ning Fan's cold eyes looking at her. Even though she was begging on the surface, she had already made a ruthless decision. Without any warning, the space behind Ning Fan was suddenly torn apart. An innate flower hoe which was filled with ghostly chi flew out from it and struck at Ning Fan's head. It was a sneak attack. Moreover, it was the kind of sneak attack that was extremely difficult to dodge. The timing was just too good. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not need to dodge the attack of a mere low-grade innate magic treasure. He did not even try to dodge it. Instead, he allowed the hoe to hit the top of his head. Even the golden flames on the surface of his body did not break. She's indeed a cruel and merciless woman. Even when she's about to die, she still dares to make a false accusation. Not bad, Ning Fan sneered. A ray of fate-severing sword light slashed out, shredding Lady Ghost Flower's physical body into pieces and capturing her primordial spirit along the way. He did not immediately throw her into the divine refining cauldron to kill her. He was still very interested in the method that Lady Ghost Flower used to summon the giant thorny flower and the undying being. Just as he was about to search her soul, her primordial spirit withered rapidly after leaving her physical body. This scene was like a fresh flower that was pulled out from the soil. It died extremely quickly. Seeing such a strange scene, Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He seized the time to search Lady Ghost Flower's soul. In just 10 breaths of time, Lady Ghost Flower's primordial spirit completely withered and died. The information that Ning Fan obtained from searching her soul within such a short period of time was very limited. After Lady Ghost Flower's primordial spirit withered, a seed which was shrouded in ghostly chi fell out from her primordial spirit. Almost at the same time when Lady Ghost Flower died, the ghost flowers of the netherworld that she summoned all turned into shadows and disappeared. As soon as the ghost flowers of the netherworld disappeared, the half-completed undying beings also lost their source of power and disappeared. This was the reason why Ning Fan did not go after Myriad Saint Dragon King but went to kill the traitorous Emperor of the Eastern Heaven first. Those undying beings were too annoying. They were even harder to deal with than Myriad Saint Dragon King. Without those undying beings, Myriad Saint Dragon King was the only high-level combat power of the enemy. Ning Fan and the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant were now free to focus on dealing with Myriad Saint Dragon King. Myriad Saint Dragon King was in despair. He was still a little bit away from completely breaking the seal of Ning Fan's great force. This seal was set up by Ning Fan with 13,500 tribulations worth of magic power. It was too difficult to break. It was just like a first-level quasi-sacred realm expert who was blocking his path of retreat. If the seal cannot be broken, he would not be able to escape. If he cannot escape, he would have to bear the wrath of Ning Fan and the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant. Ning Fan was not Daoist Xianwei. At this moment, there was no need for him to fight Myriad Saint Dragon King alone. Why should he talk about morality with Myriad Saint Dragon King? Of course, he would choose to bully Myriad Saint Dragon King with numbers. In that case, how would Myriad Saint Dragon King have any chance of winning? Even if he used all his trump cards, he was still killed by Ning Fan and the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant in the end. Of course, Ning Fan could also do it alone. However, it would take too much time. Myriad Saint Dragon King's 8 heads were indeed worthy of praise. It was too difficult to kill him. According to Ning Fan's estimation, without the help of the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant, he would need at least a few days to exhaust all the power of the 8 heads of Myriad Saint Dragon King and kill him. With the help of the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant, he only used 2 hours to kill Myriad Saint Dragon King. Of course, all the low-grade foreign races that came to attack the Myriad Saint Pass this time were killed because Ning Fan had sealed the area in advance. Even though Daoist Xianwei had escaped, the entire Myriad Saint Pass was still filled with cheers. Countless cultivators of the Eastern Heaven who were fanatical about Ning Fan had almost regarded the powerful Ning Fan as a god in their hearts after what happened today. Ning Fan had defeated the army of 2 half-step sovereigns and more than 10 immortal emperors all by himself. There was absolutely no one below the quasi-sage realm in the Eastern Heaven who could surpass Ning Fan's achievement. Even the senior figures of the Eastern Heaven such as the Void Space Emperor and the Divine Space Emperor began to treat Ning Fan as a senior from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone was cheering. Only LV Feng and Yunlei were not cheering. Instead, they were blaming themselves. When Ning Fan faced the army of foreign races alone, it was not that they did not have the courage to fight alongside him. It was just that they knew very well that even if the 2 of them ran out of the formation of the Myriad Saint Pass, they would not be able to provide any help to Ning Fan. They were just too weak. The gap between them and Ning Fan was no longer just 1 or 2 cultivation realms. Instead, it was the difference between the 2 dimensions. The weak did not have the qualifications to be friends with the strong. Even if the weak want to fight alongside the strong, they would only become the strong's burden. That night, the shocking achievement of the Myriad Saint Pass had once again shaken the entire Border River Alliance. At night, the Void Space Emperor and the others who had recovered their physical strength led the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven to launch a surprise attack on the Vermilion Bird Pass, which was the last impregnable pass of the Ninth Path. LV Feng and Yunlei did not participate in the battle. The troops of the foreign races that were left on the surface of the Ninth Path had already been slaughtered by Ning Fan alone. There were not many foreign races guarding the Vermilion Bird Pass, and none of them were immortal emperors. With the help of the Void Space Emperor and the others, it would be enough to easily crush the Vermilion Bird Pass. They were disdainful to covet such a free contribution. They hoped to be like Ning Fan and fight against the foreign races with their swords and spears. However, they did not have the strength to do so. The few cultivators who stayed behind in the Myriad Saint Pass held a grand banquet to thank the hero of the Ninth Path, Ning Fan. Logically speaking, as Ning Fan's friends, it was impossible for LV Feng and Yunlei to be absent from such a banquet. However, they were still absent. Because of shame. While he was drunk, Ning Fan's eyes were as calm as still water. His gaze fell on the two empty seats at the side. He seemed to have understood something and smiled bitterly. Given his intelligence, how could he not know that his two fair-weather friends were a little stubborn this time? Under Ning Fan's suggestion, the banquet did not last for too long. Everyone knew that Ning Fan had just gone through a great battle during the day. Now, he needed to rest. Naturally, he would not celebrate through the night. After Ning Fan left the banquet, he did not really go to rest as everyone had guessed. Instead, he carried a few wine jars and went straight to LV Feng and Yunlei. It did not matter whether Ning Fan's friends were strong or weak. What was important was that they were sincere. That was enough. If LV Feng and Yunlei had enough strength to help Ning Fan, even if it was just 0.1%, they would still choose to join the battle. If they could save Ning Fan's life by sacrificing themselves, they would certainly be willing to die for him. However, the cruel reality was that even if they sacrificed their lives and gave their all, they could not even touch the corner of Ning Fan's clothes. As for Ning Fan, he did not need their help at all. Cheers. It was already late at night. LV Feng and Yunlei avoided the lively banquet. They stayed alone and drank wine to drown their sorrows. The scenes where they interacted with Ning Fan in the past seemed to have drifted far away. They could not see them clearly anymore. In the past, I only knew that marriage requires a match between two families. However, I never thought that making friends might be like this. Sigh. I don't even have the value to share life and death with my friends. I'm ashamed to call myself a friend. The monarchs of the mortal world are at the peak. Therefore, they can only be alone. If a cultivator ascends to the peak, he can only be alone. It's not that he doesn't want to make friends. It's just that there is no one else who is worthy to share wine with him and entrust life and death to him. While the two of them were sighing, they suddenly saw a young man in white robes walking towards them with a smile on his face. Their expressions instantly became a little awkward. Then, the shame on their faces became even stronger. Ning Fan sat down as if he did not see the shame on their faces. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said arrogantly, "I'm very strong. Damn it. This brat is so arrogant today. I know you're strong, but don't you feel embarrassed when you keep boasting about yourself?" LV Feng and Yunlei, who were feeling ashamed and blamed themselves, suddenly felt powerless to complain. "You're also very weak," Ning Fan said another sentence without any rhyme or reason. LV Feng and Yunlei, who thought that Ning Fan was boasting, suddenly felt the loneliness and silence in Ning Fan's words. They did not know why, but their hearts suddenly calmed down. It was as if they were infected by Ning Fan's loneliness. Because I was weak, I failed to protect my sworn brother well. In the end, he lost his chance to walk on the path of immortality and became silent in the cycle of reincarnation in the Rain World. Rain World. This brat is actually someone who ascended from the mortal world. Why haven't I heard about it before? Wait. This brat has made so many enemies in the four heavens. If this matter is leaked, how many people would come to the mortal world to take revenge on his family? How could he simply tell others about this? Why did he tell them? Brother Ning, stop. Stop. What you said is a big secret. You can't just tell others. It's not that we're worried that we won't keep it a secret. It's just that once we die in the hands of our enemies and our souls are searched, it's inevitable that. LV Feng and Yunlei became anxious. Just as they were about to stop Ning Fan from continuing, Ning Fan shook his head and said, "Don't interrupt me. Listen to me. Because I was weak, I lost my sworn brother. Also, because I was weak, I couldn't help my father recover his memories. I couldn't stay by my mother's side and help her get rid of the pain of petrification. In my previous life, because I was weak, I couldn't change the fate of the ancient heavenly court. In this life, I don't have the power to change the fate of my master, ancient chaos. I couldn't stop the fall of the seventh slaying emperor. Even a woman who was very important to me has turned into a soul grass because of my weakness. It's not time for us to meet again. I've never had a fixed goal for cultivation. I don't have any vision or expectations about the end of cultivation. I don't seek immortality or eternity. I want to protect something but I keep losing it. I'm very hesitant. In the water of the realm river, I saw the current me who is a monster that I can't defeat no matter what. I'm very hesitant. I don't know if I can really protect the realm river and the eastern heaven with my current self. However, I can't retreat. I can't do it no matter what. It's very tiring. However, I've been walking on this path since I was very young. When I was young, I carried the responsibility of being my elder brother. Later on, I carried the responsibility of being the city lord of 7 Apricot City and the successor of the Black Devil clan. Then, I carried the responsibility of U Country and the responsibility of the Rain World. In the end, I carried the responsibility of protecting the Eastern Heaven. In the future, this responsibility might continue to grow along with my strength. I'm very tired. LV Feng and Yunlei suddenly felt that the shame they felt just now was a little ridiculous. What bullshit shame. You're just feeling inferior because you were shocked by Ning Fan's strength, aren't you? They had never seen Ning Fan like this before. The feeling that Ning Fan gave people was that he was always sharp and his body was full of thorns. Whoever tries to hurt him would be stabbed instead. However, it turned out that the thorns on his body were just a shell. Underneath the shell was endless loneliness and exhaustion, responsibility. Do cultivators need to carry this kind of burden? Would a person like Ning Fan really care about the rise and fall of the world? What he cared about was never the lives of the common people. It was just the few figures behind him, so you don't have to worry. I won't let others kill you and search your memories. I won't lose things again and again. Even if the heavens will stop me from keeping the things I want, I will still keep them. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly became arrogant and domineering. He picked up the wine jar and drained it in one gulp. Then, he said to LV Feng and Yunlei, "I want to rest for a while tonight. Do you want to drink with me?" Of course. LV Feng and Yunlei thought it through. Their cultivation bases might not be able to help Ning Fan, but at least they could slightly melt the loneliness in Ning Fan's heart with wine. Chapter 1147. Where did the world come from? Why did wars happen? Why could a rod and a hole create life? Were women more beautiful with big breasts or long legs? That night, Ning Fan accompanied the two drunkards to discuss strange topics for the entire night with a bitter smile. Finally, he managed to send them away. After instructing a few low-grade cultivators to throw LV Feng and Yunlei back to their rooms, Ning Fan returned to his own room and entered the profound Yin world for seclusion. He ascended the mountain as an immortal and descended the mountain as a human. Drinking and talking with true friends indeed made Ning Fan feel a lot more relaxed. Even the enormous pressure that Xue Shenwu brought him during this period of time had been reduced by a lot. So what if the enemy is strong? Why do they have to give me so much pressure? Whether the pressure is great or not, the things that I have to do will not change because of it. He was here to guard the border river. That was all. If the enemy is so strong that he could not defeat them with force, then he would turn the situation around with schemes and tricks. Ning Fan exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. When he released all the pressure that Xue Shenwu brought him, his state of mind received a great improvement. From today onwards, as long as the enemy has yet to attain the sage realm, it would be very difficult for them to bring him any psychological pressure. Ning Fan could still face such powerful enemies calmly. This improvement of his state of mind was also a gain. After the battle with Daoist Xianwei, Ning Fan had accumulated a lot of green wave fire poison in his body. He was just temporarily suppressing the poison power. If he does not remove it completely, he could forget about meditating and cultivating. Just the slightest circulation of his qi would trigger a backlash from the poison power. Logically speaking, it would be very difficult for Ning Fan to remove the poison power from Daoist Xuanwei's body given his current cultivation base. He was almost considering if he should buy another high-grade antidote pill from the heaven-reaching sect on credit. Fortunately, he did not need to buy any antidote pills this time. Coincidentally, there were some extremely high-grade antidote pills among his spoils of war. After killing Great Emperor Mo He, Ning Fan seized his storage pouch. There were 4 sealed jade boxes inside which contained 4 strange pills. They were pills that Ning Fan had never seen before. They were definitely not something that could be concocted using any of the pill refinement techniques that he was familiar with. When Ning Fan used the all-living things communication technique, he immediately knew the type of the pills. It turned out that these 4 pills were the famous immemorial devil medicines. Only a pure-blooded ancient demon alchemist could refine such a pill. When consumed by an ancient demon, the effect of the pill's potency would multiply. Anyone who wasn't an ancient devil could only obtain the basic medicinal effects of the pill. If an enemy of an ancient devil, a Buddhist cultivator, consumed the pill, it would be asking for trouble. There would be no benefit and it would be equivalent to consuming poison. Immemorial potions didn't have complicated names because ancient demons didn't like fancy things. They liked to be straightforward. Usually, the function and grade of the potion would be the name of the immemorial potion. Among the 4 primordial potions, there were 2 9 Revolutions Emperor Grade Detoxification Pill, 1 9 Revolutions Emperor Grade Slave Breaking Pill, and 1 9 Revolutions Emperor Grade Body Tempering Pill. Among them, the detoxification pill could cure all kinds of poisons, the slave-breaking pill could break all kinds of enslavement restrictions and the body-tempering pill could strengthen one's physical body. Since the ancient devils consumed the immemorial devil medicines, the potency of the medicine would be multiplied. Ning Fan only needed to consume 1 9 Revolutions Emperor Grade Detoxification Pill to neutralize the green wave fire poison in his body. He even devoured part of the poison's power, improving the poison power in his body slightly. He didn't need the slave-breaking pill, but he did consume the body-tempering pill. His physical body improved a little, but it was better than nothing. After all, the foundation of his divine spirit body was so high. It was extremely difficult to improve it greatly. After the detoxification, it was time to heal his injuries. After that, Ning Fan began to organize the other spoils of war. Apart from Madame Guo Hua's Dark Earth Flower Ho, all of the innate magical treasures that he obtained were incinerated. There were 2 reasons why he didn't incinerate this low-grade innate magical treasure. Firstly, even though the offensive power of the Dark Earth Flower Ho wasn't strong, it could increase the growth rate of the plants in the herb garden if it was used to plow the soil regularly. One should know that in the Divine Farmer 100 Herbs Garden, there were not only divine trees like the 7 Treasures Wondrous Tree and the Heaven and Earth Peach Tree but also the Sword Ancestor's Soul Grass. This little hoe seemed to be able to help the growth of the Sword Ancestor's Soul Grass. In that case, it was worth keeping. Secondly, the name of the dark earth flower hoe contained the word nether. This word vaguely gave Ning Fan a familiar feeling. Ning Fan already knew the name of the thorny gigantic flower from before. It was called the ghost flower of the netherworld. It also contained the word nether. Be it the ghost flower of the netherworld or the dark earth flower hoe, both of them had an extremely faint chi which Ning Fan found familiar. He tried to recall and found the source of the sense of familiarity. In order to save the sword ancestor, he had barged into the head of the Nether Lord and entered the Nether world. In that place, he had fought side by side with Sage Kai Wei. He had borrowed the power of the underworld divine tree to fight against countless ancient heroic spirits. Ning Fan did not know what kind of tree the underworld divine tree was, what kind of place was the Nether world and who the Nether Lord was. He only knew that anything that was related to the word nether was not something simple. Especially the ghost flower of the netherworld and the dark earth flower hoe. Both of them had an extremely faint chi of the Nether Lord. There's no mistaking it. The chi on them was very similar to the head of the Nether Lord that day. It was very similar. Could it be that this little hoe had been used by the Nether Lord before? Speaking of which, what was the cultivation level of the Nether Lord who had died many years ago? Judging from Sage Kai Wei's tone, the Nether Lord seemed to be an extremely terrifying being when he was alive. Ning Fan shook his head and suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind. He summoned the 100-herb garden of Divine Farmer and used the dark earth flower hoe to loosen the soil of the entire 100-herb garden. However, after he did that, the plants in the 100-herb garden became even more energetic and full of vitality. It was obvious that the dark earth flower hoe was still a very useful tool. It was just that it was not very suitable for combat. The ability of the dark earth flower hoe could aid the growth of plants. However, that kind of auxiliary effect could only be used once every half a year. In that case, Ning Fan did not need to stay at the 100-herb garden to plow the soil every day. He only needed to plow the soil regularly when he was free. In this battle, Ning Fan had killed quite a number of immortal emperors. Naturally, he obtained a lot of 10,000 spirit blood from them. After consuming all of them, Ning Fan's divine lattice became slightly stronger. Divine beings who possess divine lattice would not directly strengthen their physical bodies after consuming the 10,000 spirit blood. Instead, it would increase the strength of their entire physical body by strengthening their divine lattice. After consuming the 10,000 spirit blood, Ning Fan sorted out the few useful abilities that he had obtained from killing the immortal emperors in this battle. All of them were the ability to seize the Tao from the void by killing others. As for those that he could use to cultivate, he fused them into the cross-shaped light ring after cultivating them slightly. Among them, there was only one kind of ability that he could not cultivate even though he had obtained the cultivation method. Treasure Fallen Divine Light. Once this technique is activated, all treasures in the world will fall. It was the innate ability of the money demon. It must be used in conjunction with the money demon blood in his body. Otherwise, he would not be able to activate this ability. The demon blood of the money demon. Ning Fan felt a headache. He did not seem to have this kind of demon blood. In other words, he could not use this kind of powerful ability. Once the divine light is activated, magic treasures will fall. Legend has it that there was a magic treasure in the ancient times called the Treasure Fallen Coin. It had a similar ability. Now, it seemed like it was related to this Treasure Fallen Divine Light. If I can cultivate the demon blood of the money demon, I will be able to cultivate the Treasure Fallen Divine Light. The reason why that immortal emperor of the foreign race could not use the Treasure Fallen Divine Light to fall my mid-grade innate magic treasure was not because this ability was not strong enough but because his cultivation base was not high enough. If Daoist Xianwei used the Treasure Fallen Divine Light, my mid-grade innate magic treasure would probably be completely sealed and become unusable. If I can cultivate this technique and refine it into an ink seal, assimilating it into the cross-shaped halos. When the cross-shaped halos are activated, all the magic treasures of the enemies within the area will lose their effectiveness. Ning Fan shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. If the conditions are sufficient, it would not be difficult for him, the descendant of ancient chaos, to cultivate another money demon blood. What was difficult was to gather the conditions to cultivate the demon blood. First of all, Ning Fan was not a member of the money demon race. Thus, he needed some things to help him awaken the demon blood in his body. For example, he could directly devour some of the money demon race's bloodline or borrow the help of some magic treasures or inheritance tools that contain the money demon race's bloodline. Secondly, he still needed the follow-up cultivation methods of the money demon race. He was not sure if the ancient country trading formation would sell them. Ning Fan used the ancient country trading formation, but the result was disappointing. It turned out that the money demon race was originally a great race in the true world. However, it had already been extinct for countless years. Not only Ning Fan wanted the items related to the money demon race, but many old monsters in the true world also wanted them. Once the demand for them was high, the price would naturally be exorbitant. With Ning Fan's bronze VIP privilege, he still needed to raise his status by 2 to 3 more levels before he could have the authority to bid for such items. His authority is actually not enough. Ning Fan was extremely surprised. His bronze VIP privilege was already enough to buy the third-step detoxification pill. Yet, he still needed to raise his status by 2 to 3 more levels before he could participate in the bidding. Moreover, he could not even buy it directly. Are the items related to the money demon actually so precious? Are they a few levels more precious than the third-step detoxification pill? Ning Fan felt that the treasure fallen divine light that he had mastered was getting a little hot in his hands. Since he could not buy the items related to the money demon race, he would not be able to cultivate the treasure fallen divine light. Since I can't cultivate it, why don't I sell it? I wonder if the heaven-reaching sect would buy this kind of divine ability. After all, divine abilities were not like magic treasures which were unique. As long as the heaven-reaching sect had the cultivation records of the treasure fallen divine light, they would not spend money to buy Ning Fan's divine ability. However, Ning Fan did not expect the result this time. The heaven-reaching sect actually did not have the cultivation method of the treasure fallen divine light. When Ning Fan tentatively asked if the heaven-reaching sect was interested in purchasing any abilities similar to the treasure falling divine light, the old man who received him became excited all of a sudden. Fellow Taoist actually has the treasure fallen divine light. That is a heaven-opening grade divine ability. Fellow Taoist actually has it. This is impossible. How is this possible? Heaven-opening grade divine ability? Ning Fan was surprised. If it was a divine ability of that level, even if that immortal emperor of the foreign race did not have sufficient cultivation base, it should still be enough to easily seal his mid-grade innate magic treasure. Could it be that the treasure fallen divine light that he obtained was not the real one? Sure enough, when Ning Fan told the old man about the description of the treasure fallen divine light, the latter really became silent for a long time. It was as if someone had poured cold water on his head and he could not recover from it for a long time. After a long time, he said to Ning Fan speechlessly, "If it wasn't because I already have a good relationship with fellow Taoist, I would definitely think that fellow Taoist is purposely making fun of me. Forget it. Even though the divine ability in fellow Taoist's hand is not the real treasure fallen divine light, it can also be considered as a type of pseudo-divine light. It's already very extraordinary to be able to drop a low-grade innate magic treasure. To be honest, my sect has already mastered more than 100 types of similar pseudo-divine light. The price varies according to the degree of imitation. As long as the pseudo-divine light in fellow Taoist's hand is not one of them, my sect will be very willing to buy another type of pseudo-divine light. However, the price will definitely not be too high." Ning Fan nodded his head and sent the content of the treasure fallen divine light to the old man through the ancient country's trading formation. Ning Fan trusted the heaven-reaching sect very much. He was not worried that the old man would take his divine ability without paying for it. He was just worried that the old man might already have this type of pseudo-divine light and was unwilling to buy it. Or perhaps, the old man might be willing to buy his divine ability but the price would not be too high. The price that the heaven-reaching sect received from them had always been very low. That was why Ning Fan had never been willing to sell cultivation resources to them. This time, he was just trying to make use of the waste. That was why he was looking for trouble to sell the treasure fallen divine light. When Ning Fan found out that the treasure fallen divine light in his hand was just a type of pseudo-divine light, he no longer had any extravagant hope of earning money from this technique. Unfortunately, life was always full of comedy and uncertainty. Even though his treasure fallen divine light was a type of pseudo-divine light, after the appraisal of the old man from the heaven-reaching sect, he concluded that Ning Fan's divine light was the most similar to the pseudo-divine light among all the pseudo-divine lights that the heaven-reaching sect possessed. This technique did not seem to be an imitation at all. If one had to describe it, it was more like what the Money Demon clan used to build their foundation before they cultivated the real treasure fallen divine light. The value of this technique was not comparable to the other pseudo-divine lights at all. Fellow Taoist. The value of this technique is too great, and I do not have the authority to judge its true value. I need to consult the higher-ups of the church. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. This old man will go and ask the elder pavilion. We will definitely set a price that will satisfy fellow Taoist. The trading formation of the ancient country fell silent for a while. It seemed that the elder of the sky-reaching church on the opposite side had gone to ask for instructions from the higher-ups. Ning Fan could not help but burst into laughter. Originally, he had lost hope in the pseudo-treasure godlight, but he didn't expect that there would be a sudden turn of events, and he was told that this technique might sell for a high price. How interesting. In this way, he should be able to pay off part of the money he owed the sky-reaching church. Not long after, there was a response from the other side of the array. However, this time, the person who received Ning Fan was no longer the old man from the heaven-reaching cult. Instead, it was a middle-aged man who spoke with a dignified tone. Since they were separated by the ancient country's trading formation, Ning Fan naturally could not sense the true cultivation base of this middle-aged man. However, just by listening to his voice, Ning Fan felt as if he was talking to Sage Kai Wei in the past. It was extremely pressurizing and he was instantly shocked. One had to know that Kai Wei Saint was the desolate saint of the three saints of primordial nirvana desolate. Could it be that the mysterious middle-aged man who received him is also a desolate saint? That middle-aged man did not talk nonsense with Ning Fan. He seemed to be very busy and had a lot of things to deal with. However, because of this technique, he still spared some time to deal with the transaction with Ning Fan. The heaven-reaching church would never bully their customers because of their size, let alone do anything that goes against their integrity. Ning Fan had already sent the complete technique to the heaven-reaching church. Now, it was the heaven-reaching church's turn to pay Ning Fan. What Ning Fan did not expect was that the treasure godlight that he had inadvertently obtained was actually sold at a high price of 30,000 gold coins. 30,000 gold coins. An ordinary innate magic treasure would only cost around 100 gold coins. However, the treasure godlight that he had obtained by chance was actually so valuable. What exactly was the background of the Money Demon clan that had disappeared in the history of the true world? It was not even a genuine technique, but this technique could still be sold at 30,000 gold coins. In this way, not only did Ning Fan pay off his debt of a few hundred gold coins, but he also received 29,000 gold coins as pocket money. Moreover, under the suggestion of the middle-aged man who seemed to be a desolate saint, Ning Fan's VIP privilege was directly raised to a silver-grade VIP. Other than enjoying more discounts in the heaven-reaching church, the variety of goods that he could purchase had also increased. Fellow Taoist, do you have any other items that you want to sell to my church? If you do, you can take them out in the future. As long as the items are good enough, my church will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Before the middle-aged man left, it seemed like he still wanted to buy some other items from Ning Fan. He faintly felt that it was not a coincidence that Ning Fan was able to take out such a precious technique. This person should have more precious treasures that he could sell. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not plan to sell any other items. Of course, he still had other items that could interest the heaven-reaching church. However, the nature of those items was different from the treasure God light. Either Ning Fan would not be able to use them after selling them, or the implications were too great and he could not show them to others. All in all, this transaction was successfully completed. Ning Fan did not suffer any loss. He had just made a copy of the treasure God light and sold it to the heaven-reaching church. Even the elderly man of the heaven-reaching church had been promoted because of this transaction. Of course, he would still be the one who would serve Ning Fan in the future. After everything was done, Ning Fan was in a good mood. He began to check the last spoil of war. It was a seed that emitted ghastly ghost chi. It fell from Madame Ghost Flower's primordial spirit after she had withered and died. By using the ancient communication ability, Ning Fan easily found out the origin of this seed. Blood-packed flower. It was the contract to summon the ghost flower of the netherworld. According to Madame Ghost Flower's memory, she accidentally obtained this flower seed before she became an immortal emperor. She relied on this seed to advance to the immortal emperor realm step by step. As long as he made a contract with this seed, he would become the only contractor of the ghost flower of the netherworld in this illusory world. There was only one ghost flower of the netherworld in the endless cycle of reincarnation. No one knew where this flower came from or where it was now. The only thing that was known was that the contractor could summon the ghost flower of the netherworld to help him in battle. The higher the level of the contract, the more powerful the summoned ghost flower would be. However, making a contract would have a huge side effect on the contractor. The ghost flower of the netherworld would produce poison in the contractor's body from time to time. This poison could only be released through copulation between a large number of men and women. When the poison was severe, the contractor could not only have sex with one person but also several people at the same time. This was the reason why Madame Ghost Flower was so promiscuous. She needed to release the poison through copulation. That day, she was in a hurry to have sex with Ning Fan because the poison in her body had accumulated too much. She needed a man who was strong enough to help her detoxify the poison. She fell in love with Ning Fan. Unfortunately, Ning Fan felt that this woman was too shrewd and seemed to have ulterior motives. Thus, he rejected her. To most cultivators, it was a burden to have sex with someone frequently. Not everyone had a large number of wives and concubines to detoxify the poison. Some people even had special cultivation methods that prevented them from having sex too much. These people were obviously not suitable to be the contractor of the ghost flower of the netherworld. On the contrary, Ning Fan was very suitable. He smiled faintly. This ghost flower of the netherworld was like a tailor-made item for him. If the side effect of making a contract was just releasing poison, Ning Fan did not mind making a contract with the ghost flower of the netherworld. According to Madame Ghost Flower's memory, he dripped a drop of his blood on the blood-packed flower. All of a sudden, circles of blood marks appeared on the flower. Then, a cold and despairing voice of a woman reached Ning Fan's ears through the flower. "Swear on your great heart, devil, that if you meet me and save me, the contract will be established. Swear on your great heart, devil, that if you meet me and save me, the contract will be established." Could the one who spoke be the true form of the ghost flower of the netherworld? If I meet her and save her. Is this the price of making a contract? It doesn't seem to be very big. All right. I promise that if I meet you, I will do my best to save you. However, I can't guarantee whether I can save you or not. Ning Fan did not make any promises casually. Even though he was not sure if he could meet the true form of the ghost flower of the netherworld in his lifetime, what if he did? The other party seemed to be very famous. Even she needed to be saved. What kind of predicament would she be facing? Even if Ning Fan met her, he did not have the confidence to really save the ghost flower of the netherworld. Based on his personality, he would never make promises recklessly. Once he made a promise, he would do his best to fulfill it. He did not know if his ambiguous words could make a contract. If he could, it would be a happy ending for both parties. If he could not, he would also not make promises that he could not fulfill just to force a contract. The voice of the ghost flower of the netherworld was obviously hesitant. Since ancient times, countless people had made contracts with her. Countless people had given her hope and obtained her power. However, all of them had lied to her. Ning Fan was the first person who did not give her hope for the sake of power. He only said that if he meets her, he would do his best. I will do my best. Are you really willing to do your best? Contractor, the ghost flower of the netherworld let out a bitter smile. She did not believe that Ning Fan was really willing to do his best. She had been lied to too many times. She could not trust anyone anymore. However, she had a reason that she had to leave this prison. She must leave this place. She must. Contractor, I hope that when you meet me, you will really be willing to do your best. Now, you can obtain my power. Of course, as a reward for making the contract, I will give you a gift. This person was originally one of the strong enemies that you killed that day. Now, he is your undying ghost pawn. If you still want to create other undying ghost pawns in the future, you will have to work hard on your own. Most of my power has been sealed. I can't help you much. Goodbye, contractor. I will wait for you to come. I will wait for you to come. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly resounded in the profound Yin world. Ning Fan felt a massive summoning force surging into his body. With a thought, countless thorny gigantic flowers appeared beneath his feet. All of them were the ghost flowers of the netherworld. The countless ghost flowers swallowed and spat out Yin souls. When those Yin souls gathered, they actually formed a gigantic white-scaled snake with 8 heads and the chi of a half-saint realm expert. Is this my undying ghost pawn? Ning Fan was stunned. This gigantic 8-headed snake seems to be the myriad saint dragon king that I killed that day. Is it really undying? Myriad saint greets my master. Boom! The 8 heads of the gigantic 8-headed snake prostrated on the ground, showing their submission. He had retained all the memories related to the battle. However, he had lost all the memories related to his identity as the myriad saint dragon king. All that was left in his heart was absolute loyalty to Ning Fan. This was the power of an undying ghost pawn. If Ning Fan was also killed that day and turned into an undying ghost pawn, he would end up like the current myriad saint dragon king. Interesting. The 8 heads of the myriad saint dragon king are already hard to kill in the first place. If he turns into an undying creature, I'm afraid even a true half-saint realm expert would find it difficult to deal with. Ning Fan smiled. After signing the contract, he seemed to have gained another powerful helper. Moreover, it was the kind of undying existence that he did not need to worry about his subordinates getting hurt. Do I want to test the degree of undying of this undying ghost pawn? Ning Fan's lips curled into a smile. He summoned the ocean-defying sword and covered it with the Life-Slayer sword. The 8 heads of the myriad saint dragon king immediately shuddered. He did not have the memories of his previous life. However, Ning Fan's sword light actually made him, an undying creature, feel a fatal threat. He was still afraid of Ning Fan after all. Thus, he did not dare to disobey Ning Fan's orders at all. The undying ghost pawn also had its own pride. However, he did not dare to vent his pride on Ning Fan at all. Chapter 1148. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan had beaten myriad saint dragon king to the ground. Ning Fan was very satisfied with the result of the test. If he does not use the life-slaying sword, he would not be able to cause any effective damage to Myriad Saint Dragon King. If he uses the life-slaying sword, Myriad Saint Dragon King would at least be able to withstand a few hundred attacks from Ning Fan before getting injured. His endurance was much higher than those half-completed Undying Ghost soldiers. In other words, even if Ning Fan's enemies happened to have some methods that could restrain undying beings, they would not be able to kill Myriad Saint Dragon King with a single strike. Moreover, if the enemies did not have similar methods, it would be difficult for even a first-level quasi-sage to kill Myriad Saint Dragon King. You're not bad. Ning Fan was in a good mood now that he had another powerful fighter. He praised Myriad Saint Dragon King. Thank you for your compliment, Master. Myriad Saint Dragon King answered weakly. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. The wounds on his body were all caused by Ning Fan's life-slaying sword. They could not heal on their own with the recovery power of an undying being. He was lying on the ground. He did not even have the strength to move after being beaten by Ning Fan. His 8 snake heads were filled with fear, not daring to look Ning Fan in the eye. He felt very frustrated. His sense of glory as an undying ghost soldier was shattered by Ning Fan's. Ning Fan naturally would not comfort Myriad Saint Dragon King. He removed the remaining life-slaying sword chi from the Dragon King's body. The Dragon King's injuries were instantly healed. The recovery power of an undying being was truly heaven-defying. When Ning Fan performed a hand seal and removed the summoning of the Netherworld Ghost Flowers, Myriad Saint Dragon King, who was an undying ghost soldier, disappeared along with the summoned Netherworld Ghost Flowers. Undying ghost soldiers could not move freely in the Yang world. They could only stay in the Netherworld. In order to summon Myriad Saint Dragon King to participate in the battle, one must first summon the Netherworld Ghost Flowers to turn the battlefield into the Netherworld. This was probably the only trouble in using Myriad Saint Dragon King. As for the Netherworld Ghost Flower, its function was not only to change the battlefield's environment but also to absorb the souls of the dead to create undying ghost soldiers. When Ning Fan made the contract with the Netherworld Ghost Flower's true body, 3 different summoning methods of the Netherworld Ghost Flower appeared in his mind. Beginner summon. The contractor does not need to pay any price to summon a small number of ghost flowers of the underworld, change the battlefield environment, and release an immortal ghost soldier to participate in the battle. Beginner summon cannot release more than 2 immortal ghost soldiers. Intermediate summoning. The contractor needs to pay a certain amount of blood essence to engrave a blood array. It can summon a medium-sized Netherworld Ghost Flower and release up to 10 undying ghost soldiers to participate in battle. Advanced summoning. The contractor needs to offer millions of souls as sacrifices to summon a large number of ghost flowers of the underworld. If the contractor is willing to give up an additional 10 million years of lifespan, he can summon all the previous sacrifices and turn them into semi-finished immortal ghost soldiers to temporarily participate in the battle. The semi-finished ghost soldiers exist for 2 hours. Advanced summoning could be used to create undying ghostly soldiers. The basic success rate was 50%, but there was a deviation based on the strength of the target. He could only create 1 undying ghostly soldier in 24 hours. Under advanced summoning, the contractor can use an unlimited number of immortal ghost soldiers. Giving up 10 million years of lifespan, back then, in order to release a large number of semi-finished undying ghost soldiers, Madame Ghost Flower had instantly turned old and ugly. This was probably the reason. Ning Fan did not want to learn from Madame Ghost Flower and carelessly give up his lifespan. Even if he wants to perform advanced summoning, he would certainly not summon a large number of semi-finished ghost soldiers. In the following days, Ning Fan spent a lot of time practicing the summoning of the Netherworld Ghost Flower until he was very familiar with it. Only then did he end his seclusion. Now, with his help, the 9th path had been completely reclaimed. He did not plan to stay here any longer. Among the 12 waterways, there was only the 6th path that had yet to be completely conquered. That place needed him. He bid farewell to the eastern heaven cultivators of the ninth path and rushed to the sixth path through the night. The sixth path was the waterway that connected to the northern heaven. The foreign races had deployed a large number of troops here. According to the information Ning Fan obtained, there were 3 half-step saints of the foreign races, 22 immortal emperors of the foreign races and more than 200 immortal kings and immortal venerables on the surface of the sixth path. Under the obstruction of such a large number of troops, it was naturally difficult to conquer the sixth path. Even if Old Devil Bai and Emperor Tsang were here, they could only barely defend themselves. What made the Eastern Heaven cultivators of the sixth path happy was that Old Devil Bai, the strongest devil of the previous generation in the Eastern Heaven, had displayed his invincible might some time ago. Under the situation where he was besieged by 3 half-step saints, he actually managed to severely injure one of the enemy's half-step saints. According to the onlookers, that half-step saint's injuries were extremely severe. His cultivation base had almost fallen. Without several 100,000 years of recuperation, it was impossible for him to participate in the battle again. Even if his recuperation is over, his foundation would certainly be damaged and it would be hard for his cultivation base to advance any further. In other words, within a short period of time, there were only 2 half-step saints left in the great army of the sixth path who could still participate in the battle. This was an opportunity for the Border River Alliance to launch a counterattack against the foreign races. This was a piece of good news. It made many Eastern Heaven cultivators see the hope of completely defeating the foreign races. Unfortunately, these Eastern Heaven cultivators did not feel happy for too long before they received another piece of bad news. A 4th half-step saint of the foreign races had appeared. Moreover, he carried some kind of secret medicine which easily healed all the injuries of the previous half-step saint. All of a sudden, the number of half-step saints of the sixth path increased to 4. To the Border River Alliance, it could be said to be a huge blow. Several days later, the sixth path, the Black Tortoise Pass. The Black Tortoise Pass was the last impregnable pass of the sixth path. It was also the last pass that the foreign races possessed above the water. At this moment, the foreign races in the Black Tortoise Pass were holding a banquet to welcome the sudden arrival of the 4th half-step saint. This half-step saint who had rushed to the sixth path was none other than Taoist Xianwei, who had fled in panic from the ninth path that day. It was he who had used an immemorial magic medicine close to the 10th revolution to revive the half-step saint who had been seriously injured by Old Devil White. Ha ha ha. If it weren't for Elder Brother's generous gift of medicine, Shui Bun wouldn't have been able to recover without several 100,000 years. Come, Shui Bun, toast to Elder Brother. A Water Buffalo Clan half-step saint with a bull's head and a human body said gratefully. His name was Water Buffalo Deity, and he was the beloved general of the foreign race's great divine priest. He, my worthy younger brother and I hit it off at first sight. These medicinal pills are not enough to express my gratitude. Taoist Xianwei drank a cup of wine and suddenly thought of something from the past and let out a long sigh. Elder brother, why are you sighing? Water Buffalo Deity was startled and asked. The other 2 half-step saints of the foreign race beside him also wore puzzled looks. One of them was Immortal Crane of the Black Crane clan. He looked like an ordinary old man of the human race. However, there was a pair of black crane wings on his back. The other one was a merman named Ah Hui Nan of the Merman clan. His lower body was that of a fish's tail while his upper body was covered with armor. He looked extremely handsome and feminine. He did not look like a man but a woman. Sigh. I just thought of a despicable brat. I can't wait to tear him into pieces but I can't defeat him. That's why I'm sighing. Taoist Xianwei explained. Oh. What kind of brat is he? Even an ancient half-step saint like Elder Brother can't defeat him. Water Buffalo Deity was quite surprised. You guys must have heard of this person's name before. His name is Ning Fan. Some time ago, I suffered a great loss because of him in the ninth path. What? Elder brother's greatest enemy is actually that Yama brat. Humph. Don't worry, elder brother. I have received reliable news that that brat will come to the sixth path in a few days. At that time, we will attack together. Do you think 4 half-step saints can't defeat that Yama brat? Water Buffalo Deity said confidently. That's right. This Yama brat is the #1 enemy on the Z-Way Galaxy's must-kill list. When he comes to the sixth path, we will kill him together and split the credit equally. When Immortal he thought of the reward for killing Ning Fan, he let out a greedy smile. Humph. The white-robed Yama really deserves to be killed. If it wasn't for him, how could Aphrodite possibly be put on death row by the great divine priest after returning to the sixth path? He bewitched Aphrodite and caused her to betray her faith. He deserves to be killed. If he dares to come to the sixth path, I am willing to join hands with Taoist Xianwei to kill this bastard. A Hui murmured with hatred. His hatred for Ning Fan was much deeper than any other member of the foreign races. As soon as Taoist Xianwei heard that the 3 half-step saints of the foreign races were willing to help him, he smiled with satisfaction. Then, he thought of Ning Fan's various techniques and said with fear. That Yama brat deserves to be killed. However, his techniques are really powerful. I have no idea how he managed to subdue a Tao Destruction Lightning Infant and make it fight for him willingly. Only quasi-saints can suppress this lightning infant. What? Subdue the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant? I thought that rumor was fake. Could it be that it's actually true? That Yama brat really captured a Tao Destruction Lightning Infant? How arrogant is the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant? Even if it's captured alive, it's impossible for it to submit to any living being other than the Tao Hun clan. Fellow Taoist, are you kidding me? The expressions of Water Buffalo God and the others changed. They could not believe the information that Taoist Xianwei gave them. The scariness of a Tao Destruction Lightning Infant was not just a rumor. It was already very strange for it to be captured. If someone told them that the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant actually took the initiative to submit to Ning Fan, they would definitely not believe it. In ancient times, there was once a saint of the Z-Way Immortal Cultivators who captured a Tao Destruction Lightning Infant. However, even that saint could not make it submit to him. How could Ning Fan do something that even a saint could not? This is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, I can show you the recording of that battle. Taoist Xianwei took out the recording jade slip and showed it to Water Buffalo God and the others. After Water Buffalo God and the others saw the contents of the jade slip, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally believed it. This brat can actually make the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant recognize him as its master. If he attacks the sixth path, how are we going to defend against him? Water Buffalo God and the others said with an unpleasant expression. I have a plan that can destroy the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant. However, I need your great divine priest to invite someone to help us. Taoist Xianwei said mysteriously. Invite someone? Fellow Taoist, please don't joke around. Our Z-Way Immortal Cultivators have been sealed by Immortal Sovereign Z-Do. Within a certain period of time, the number of experts that can come out of the water is extremely limited. Now that the quota has been used up, the great divine priest can't send more experts to help us. If it wasn't because of this, there are so many half-step saints and half-step saints in our Z-Way Immortal Cultivators. Besides, we also have Lord Blood God. Why would we be afraid of that Yama brat? Sigh. At the end of the day, the thing that restricts the development of our Z-Way Immortal Cultivators is still that Immortal Sovereign Seal. However, it doesn't matter. In a few more months, that Immortal Sovereign Seal will. Hee hee. Water Buffalo God and the others didn't know what to think. Each and every one of them was filled with longing for the future of the Z-Way Immortal Cultivators. When Taoist Xianwei saw that Water Buffalo God and the others misunderstood his meaning, he explained, the person that I want to ask for help is not a living person, but an ancestor spirit. Ancestor Spirit. When Water Buffalo God and the others heard this, they were all stunned. Then, they sternly refused. No. The dead are already gone. How can we, the descendants, be willing to summon the ancestors' ancestor spirit to participate in the battle? Moreover, time is short. We simply can't gather the materials needed for the summoning. You don't need to worry about the materials. This old man just happens to have some of the materials needed for the summoning ceremony. As long as everyone agrees to this matter, wouldn't it be easy for us to kill that Yama brat? Ancestor Spirit. What's that? Suddenly, a light voice came out of nowhere and reverberated above the entire Black Tortoise Mountain Pass. Whether it was Daoist Xianwei or Water Buffalo God and the other experts from the different clans, their expressions changed greatly when they heard this voice. Judging from the aura, the person who spoke was not an expert from the different clans but an Eastern Sky cultivator. Could it be that there was an Eastern Sky expert who didn't know life from death and invaded the inner part of the Black Tortoise Mountain Pass? Daoist Xianwei was the most shocked. Because he recognized the owner of this voice. They had just fought on the 9th Road not long ago. How dare you? How dare you invade the Black Tortoise Pass? You're courting death. The Water Buffalo God slammed the table and stood up. In his anger, he let out an earth-shattering roar. The roar shook the space above Black Tortoise Pass, and a white-robed young man fell out. He looked at Black Tortoise Pass below with an indifferent expression. This person was none other than Ning Fan, who was rushing to reinforce the 6th group. Whether it was the 3rd route or the 6th route, Ji Hao had been fighting against the non-humankind army all by himself. He had grown fond of fighting against tens of thousands of non-humankind beings. Therefore, this time, after he arrived at the 6th path, he didn't report to Emperor Tsang. Instead, he killed his way to the Black Tortoise Gate. He wanted to wipe out all the foreign races in the 6th path. Now that he had the Tao Annihilation Thunder Infant and the Undying Saint, it was enough for him to destroy the Black Tortoise Pass. Damn it! It was actually the white-robed King of Hell. He actually killed his way to my Black Tortoise Pass alone. Is he crazy? How dare he attack the Black Tortoise Pass alone? He's really not playing by the rules. He really doesn't put us in his eyes at all. The Water Buffalo God and the others were shocked and enraged. However, their anger was just an act. They were actually shocked. How could they still remain calm? In the face of Ning Fan, who was infamous for his ferocity, they could not remain calm. Even though the three of them were cursing Ning Fan's arrogance, their hearts were beating wildly as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Countless bloody battles had proven Ning Fan's strength. This young man alone might be more difficult and dangerous to deal with than the entire allied army of the Border River Alliance combined. Damn it! Why did he choose this time to attack the Black Tortoise Pass? I haven't even started setting up the formation yet. I haven't summoned the ancestral spirits of the foreign races to deal with him yet. Daoist Xuanwei's expression was extremely unpleasant. He had used an immemorial devil medicine that was close to the 10th revolution to win the favor of the half-step saint of the 6th path. He had spent a lot of effort to gather the materials needed to summon the ancestral spirits of the foreign races to set up a formation. Just as he spoke, he planned to persuade these stubborn foreign races to listen to his method of summoning the ancestral spirits of their ancestors to deal with Ning Fan's Tao Annihilation Thunder Infant. What a perfect plan! However, why did Ning Fan already come knocking on their door when his plan had just started halfway? According to the nature of the allied army of the Border River Alliance, shouldn't they be defending their turtle shell and wait for the foreign races to attack before launching a counterattack? Even though I don't know what the ancestral spirits in your plan are, it seems like my appearance has completely disrupted your plan. What a pity. You guys don't seem to have the chance to summon those ancestral spirits anymore. Ning Fan sneered. He formed hand seals with all 10 of his fingers. Countless netherworld ghost flowers were summoned out of thin air with the Black Tortoise Gate as the center. They began to grow crazily and thorns grew everywhere. The eight-headed Wansheng Dragon King entered the battlefield as an undying ghostly soldier. Ning Fan also summoned the Tao Annihilation Thunder Infant. He rode on the ancestral lightning sparrow and combined the lightning power of both of them. It was much more terrifying than any half-step Saint Realm expert. Kill! As soon as Ning Fan gave the order, Myriad Saint Dragon King and the Undying Lightning Infant immediately charged towards the army of foreign races who were drinking and having fun below. It was a perfect surprise attack. The enemy's army did not even have time to hold their weapons properly. They did not even have the time to get into formation. Chapter 1149. The Black Tortoise Pass was the first impregnable pass of the Sixth Path. Its formation was originally extremely strong, but it only had destructive power against the foreign races. Even if the foreign races defend the pass, they would not have the geographical advantage. Ning Fan's surprise attack came too suddenly. Other than a few foreign races who were in charge of patrolling, most of the foreign races were participating in the banquet. They did not carry any weapons nor were they in a military formation. Moreover, many of them were drunk and had yet to wake up. That was the second disadvantage. Under the astonished and terrified gazes of all the experts of the foreign races, Ning Fan's group invaded the Black Tortoise Pass and began to wreak havoc. Daoist Xianwei wanted to do something. However, before he could do anything, the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant had already ridden the ancestral lightning sparrow and dashed towards him with a cold smile. We meet again, little devil scorpion. This time, I must keep you here. I will never let you escape again. Lei Ying waved his chubby little hand, and a large number of lightning pillars struck towards Daoist Xianwei. Even though Daoist Xianwei had just barely activated the second stage of his primordial true body, he was still charred on the inside and tender on the outside. It was a horrible sight to behold. Why? Why does the arrogant Lightning Infant clan have to submit to a lowly cultivator in the last cultivation era? Daoist Xianwei roared unwillingly as he could not defeat the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant. How dare you say that my master is lowly? I won't allow you to insult my master. The Tao Destruction Lightning Infant was instantly enraged. It was as if the god that it worshipped and loved the most was being desecrated by someone else. All of a sudden, the destructive power of the lightning pillars that struck at Daoist Xianwei became even more violent, leaving him with no chance to fight back. In fact, the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant that Ning Fan had captured was not strong enough to defeat a being at the same level as Daoist Xianwei. However, she was not fighting alone. She was also riding the ancestral lightning sparrow. The ancestral lightning sparrow was not strong on its own. However, if the lightning power of the lightning sparrow clan fuses with the lightning power of the lightning infant clan, it would greatly increase the lightning power of the lightning infant clan. What Ning Fan did not know about was the result of Black Devil's meticulous guidance. It was based on his understanding of the Dao Hun clan as a member of the Nine Raccoon clan. Lei Ying suppressed Daoist Xianwei, while Undying Myriad Saint single-handedly suppressed Water Buffalo Deity, Immortal Crane, and a Hui Nan, 3 half-saints. Based on Dragon King Wansheng's original strength, there was no way he could take on all 3 of them at once. But who asked Dragon King Wansheng to become an undying being? A half-sage who could resurrect infinitely was enough to make a true quasi-sage fight a bitter battle. So, it wasn't strange for him to suppress 3 half-sages. If he really had to say it, the combined power of the Water Buffalo Deity and the other 2 semi-saints was not as powerful as Daoist Xianwei alone. Wansheng. You betrayed us. You actually surrendered to Zido Immortal Xiu. Have you forgotten the blood feud between your ancestors? When Water Buffalo and the others saw that even the combined strength of 3 half-sages was not a match for Myriad Saint Dragon King, they turned pale with fright. Other than shock, there was also rage. Rage at the betrayal of Dragon King Wansheng. If he was the real Myriad Saint Dragon King, he would never surrender to Ning Fan even if he wanted to drag out an ignoble existence. Unfortunately, the current Myriad Saint Dragon King was just an undying ghost pawn created by the Ghost Flower of the Netherworld using Myriad Saint Dragon King's death. Even though he possessed the cultivation base and battle memories of Myriad Saint Dragon King, he could not be considered as the real Myriad Saint Dragon King. Naturally, he could not understand what Water Buffalo and the others meant by betrayal. Betrayal? When had he ever betrayed his master? Since the day he was born, he only had one master, and that was Ning Fan. In this lifetime, he would never betray his master. This was the belief of an undying ghost pawn. Million Snakes Formation. Dragon King Wansheng's 8 snake heads spat out 1,000,000 white shadows. Each of the white shadows was a venomous little snake that attacked at an unimaginably fast speed. The sea of 1,000,000 snakes drowned the 3 half-sages. When Dragon King Wansheng was still alive, any one of them could easily kill all of his 1,000,000 little snakes. However, the current Myriad Saint Dragon King possessed the characteristics of an undying being. The little snakes that he summoned also possessed a certain degree of undying power which made them hard to kill. As a result, the Water Buffalo and the others who were drowned by the sea of snakes immediately complained incessantly. They could not stop the attacks of Dragon King Wansheng's snake formation at all. Even the 4 half-sages were being suppressed. Ning Fan's opponents were the low-grade foreign races, the 200 over immortal venerables and immortal kings as well as the 22 immortal emperors. Ning Fan had activated the flame lightning fire to its maximum. Half of the entire Black Tortoise Mountain Pass was engulfed by the sea of flames. The low-grade foreign races who came into contact with the flame lightning fire were immediately burned to ashes. In just a few breaths, more than 100,000 foreign races had already been incinerated by the flame lightning fire. Thistles and thorns were growing everywhere. The sea of flames was wreaking havoc. Battle cries and screams shook the heavens. This was the current hellish scene in the Black Tortoise Mountain Pass. Damn it! Quickly extinguish the flames of this devil king. A few great emperors of the foreign races who were experts in water element magic took action at the same time. They summoned clouds and rain and attracted waves to extinguish Ning Fan's flames. However, was this an ordinary flame? It was a dignified mid-grade innate flame. Besides, it was cast by Ning Fan's 13,500 tribulations magic power. How could an ordinary immortal emperor extinguish it? The sea of flames evaporated the rainwater and waves into steam. More flames rose into the sky, burning the enormous physical bodies of the immortal emperors of the foreign races who were trying to extinguish the flames. The few immortal emperors expended a large amount of magic power to forcefully disperse the small amount of flames that burned their bodies. Before they could heave a sigh of relief, Ning Fan had already launched more attacks at them. Among the 22 immortal emperors of the foreign races, some of them were continuously injured. They were knocked down from the sky by the Tree of 7 Treasures and were severely injured while coughing out blood. Their heads were cut off by the Sword of Fate severing and their blood splattered across the sky. They were smashed by the sun, moon and stars' steel. They were pierced by the sea-defying sword and thousands of heaven-hooking jades exploded into pieces. Ordinary immortal emperors would usually be severely injured by Ning Fan in just a single move. Those immortal kings and immortal venerables were even more miserable. Even if they formed groups of 3 to 5, several of them would still be killed by Ning Fan in just a single move. They were no match for Ning Fan at all. As for the low-grade foreign races whose cultivation bases were lower, they had long been tortured by Ning Fan's sea of flames. They could not find a chance to attack Ning Fan at all. The low-grade foreign races were constantly engulfed by the sea of flames. 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, the number of low-grade foreign races Ning Fan killed increased. When the number of people he killed exceeded 1,000,000, the ghost flowers of the netherworld that were growing in small numbers in this place suddenly began to multiply, automatically meeting the conditions for a high-grade summoning. Under such conditions, Ning Fan had a certain chance of turning someone he killed in this battle into an undying ghost soldier similar to Myriad Saint Dragon King. As he slaughtered a large number of people, the killing technique also fed back the blood and flesh essence chi of the dead people to Ning Fan, causing his aura force to grow stronger and stronger. More and more immortal venerables and immortal kings died in Ning Fan's hands. Only an immortal emperor realm expert would be extremely difficult for Ning Fan to kill them. Ordinary immortal emperors of the foreign races were no match for Ning Fan, but there were 22 of them after all. If they joined forces, it would not be easy for Ning Fan to kill them. Of course, it was also not easy for these immortal emperors to injure Ning Fan. When Ning Fan activated his eternal true body and the cross-shaped halo, even a quasi-saint realm expert would find it hard to break his defense. Even if he withstood a few of the attacks of mere immortal emperors at the same time, he would not be injured. Of course, if Ning Fan did not dodge their attacks, he would still be severely injured if he was hit by the attacks of 22 immortal emperors at the same time. Even a true quasi-saint realm expert would not be able to stand still and let a group of immortal emperors attack him together. Ning Fan's speed was extremely fast. It was difficult for the attacks of the enemies to capture his figure. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven for the attacks of 22 immortal emperors to injure Ning Fan at the same time. Moreover, Ning Fan possessed the power of yin-yang poison. Poison could kill people without them noticing. If it is used well, it would be much more mysterious and difficult to guard against than any other ability. One of the immortal emperors from the Ice Leech clan found the opportunity when the golden flames on Ning Fan's body flickered unsteadily with the help of more than 10 immortal emperors. Then, he bit Ning Fan's true body with his enormous mouth, causing blood to splash everywhere. Then, he sucked Ning Fan's blood. That immortal emperor of the Ice Leech clan was extremely pleased with himself for succeeding in his attack. However, he did not know that everything was within Ning Fan's calculations. Ning Fan had purposely shown an opening and got bitten by the enemy. It was just some blood. Ning Fan was willing to give it up. That immortal emperor of the Ice Leech clan who had sucked Ning Fan's blood did not feel pleased for long. His face suddenly darkened as the deadly poison attacked his heart. There was a deadly poison in Ning Fan's blood that he had sucked. It was a deadly poison with the Fire Toad Saint poison as the main poison and the Green Wave Fire poison as the supplementary poison. It was definitely not something a Sixth Tribulation immortal emperor like him could withstand. In just 3 breaths, the huge face of that immortal emperor of the Ice Leech clan was covered with fiery spots. It was the proof that he had been poisoned by the fire poison. In just 10 breaths, his internal organs had already been burnt through by the fire poison. In the 24th breath, his physical body spontaneously combusted without any fire. That fire was poisonous fire. It burned his enormous physical body into ashes. Even his demon soul was on the verge of death from the poison. Then, he was captured by Ning Fan and thrown into the divine refining cauldron. All the immortal emperors of the foreign races were shocked. None of them expected that Ning Fan would have such a terrifying poison in his body. Daoist Xianwei, who was struggling to withstand Lei Ying's attacks, wore an unpleasant expression. How could he not see the traces of his green wave fire poison in Ning Fan's poison power? He did not expect that Ning Fan had actually given this young man a benefit when he did not die from his poison the last time. His poison power now contained a trace of the green wave fire poison's characteristics. If there was one, there would be 2. If Ning Fan could kill an immortal emperor, he could kill more immortal emperors. The death of the immortal emperor of the Ice Leech clan made the other immortal emperors wary of Ning Fan's poison power. Unfortunately, there are some things that you can't guard against even if you want to. Ning Fan had secretly learned too many methods of using poison from Daoist Xianwei. He had all kinds of methods, making it hard for others to guard against him. When Ning Fan used his dark illusion technique to pull the group of immortal emperors into his world of darkness, 2 of them were directly poisoned to death by the light that suddenly appeared in the darkness due to their carelessness. When Ning Fan charged at them with brute force, another immortal emperor was directly poisoned by the poison power and died with a blood-curdling scream. Wind, thunder, rain, lightning, light and darkness. Even Ning Fan's gaze and Dao sense actually contained poison power, making it hard for others to guard against them. As the number of immortal emperors of the foreign races continued to decrease, Ning Fan's advantage grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, even if he did not use any sneak attacks, he was still strong enough to crush the remaining immortal emperors head-on. When the number of immortal emperors of the foreign races was reduced to 12, Ning Fan actually did not dodge or evade. Instead, he withstood the attacks of the 12 immortal emperors and forcefully rushed to one of them. Then, he swung his sword against the sea and killed that immortal emperor. Capture the demon soul and refine it to death. Rumbled. A thunderbolt that was condensed from Golden Emperor Qi suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the battlefield. It actually formed an immortal Emperor Dao fruit that emitted a bright golden light. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise and he kept the immortal Emperor Dao fruit. Ever since the Realm River meeting, he had slaughtered a lot of enemies on the Realm River. Many Dao fruits would appear in each of his battles. However, he had never seen such a high-grade Dao fruit. To the current Ning Fan, the medicinal effect of an ordinary Dao fruit was too low. However, if it was an immortal Emperor Dao fruit, it was still not something that could be underestimated. This was just a small interlude on the battlefield. Ning Fan conveniently kept the immortal Emperor Dao fruit and continued to immerse himself in the battle of crushing the immortal emperors of the foreign races. 9 enemies, 7 enemies, 4 enemies, 2 enemies, the number of immortal emperors of the enemy became fewer and fewer. Even the last 2 immortal emperors were killed by Ning Fan's sea-defying sword in the end. Their demon souls were refined into the 10,000 spirit blood. 22 immortal emperors of the enemy army were slaughtered by Ning Fan alone. More than 200 immortal venerables and immortal kings were slaughtered by him alone. Millions of low-grade foreign races were all burned to ashes by Ning Fan. His golden flame true body was stained with blood. Some of it was his blood while some of it was the blood of the enemies. There was even some golden-colored sovereign blood that represented the foundation of immortal emperors. He seemed to have become a devil god bathed in blood. He walked in a sea of fire and blood. The more he killed, the stronger his aura force became. After killing 22 immortal emperors in a row, his magic power temporarily rose from 13,500 tribulation to 16,000 tribulation. This was the limit of the killing technique that Ning Fan could endure with his current cultivation base. Of course, if he was willing to, he could increase the upper limit of his magic power even more at the cost of suffering some injuries. However, it seemed like there was no need for him to risk his life to such an extent in today's battle. Now, there were only Daoist Xianwei, Water Buffalo God, Immortal Crane and a Hui Nan left as the enemies. With just the Dao Annihilation Thunder Nascent Soul and the Undying Myriad Saints, they were already able to suppress the 4 half-step saints of the enemy army. Now that Ning Fan had also joined the battle, the half-step saints of the enemy army no longer had the slightest chance of winning. Ning Fan sealed off the great momentum of heaven and earth. It was a seal that he cast using the power of his 16,000 tribulation and the power of the Lord of Wood, turning the surrounding battlefield into his Lord domain. This was the ability that Ning Fan had awakened after consuming his Wood Lord Void when he was condensing his divine lattice. As Ning Fan became more and more familiar with the power of his Wood Divine Lattice, today was the first battle where he truly used the power of his domain. It was extremely difficult for a cultivator to escape from the domain. Even if an ancient devil opened his devil cavity, he would not be able to escape from the domain unless he destroyed the domain in advance. This was not the Lord Void that the cultivators of the later generations used. His path to becoming the Lord had long deviated from the path of a normal cultivator. This was a domain that could only be used by the orthodox wood gods of the primeval era. It was created by the ancestors of the Paragon Void, and the Paragon Void was created by their descendants in imitation of this domain. The Palm Void needed to pull the enemy into its own void world to be effective. On the other hand, the domain of a sovereign was different. The place where Ning Fan stood was his domain. He was the absolute king of this place. There was no need to create a Palm Void, and there was no need to drag the enemy to another plane. He could become the emperor of the wood Palm Void at any place, in any plane. Unfortunately, the time Ning Fan spent cultivating the divine spark of wood was too short. Even if he unleashes his domain, it would only have the effect of trapping his enemies. He had yet to develop more abilities. What gave him a headache was that even with his magic power of 13,500 tribulation stage, it was still very difficult for him to unleash his domain. The amount of magic power required to unleash this domain was a few times more than the amount of magic power he would need to unleash the void domain of the Palm Realm. It was only after his magic power had skyrocketed to 16,000 tribulation stage that he successfully unleashed his domain for the first time. After cultivating the divine spark, Ning Fan obtained a lot of memories about the bloodline of divine spirits. According to what he knew, the true divine domain did not only include the abilities of the Palm Void but also the abilities of the saint rings of the three saints of the primordial nirvana desolate era. Even the cross-shaped halos that he developed previously was, strictly speaking, a kind of mutated divine domain. It possessed part of the abilities of a divine domain. The divine spark was the origin of a divine spirit while the domain was the main means of killing their enemies. The funny thing was that Daoist Xianwei and the others who had already fallen into Ning Fan's domain still did not know how difficult it was to deal with a Palm Void domain. Seeing that Ning Fan had joined the battle, Daoist Xianwei wanted to run away again out of fear. He desperately blocked an attack from Lei Ying. While borrowing the force of the attack to retreat, he tried to open the devil cavity to escape. Unfortunately, the devil cavity did not go smoothly this time. It failed halfway through opening it. Without Ning Fan's permission, how could he open the devil cavity in Ning Fan's domain? What's going on? This young man did not pull me into his Palm Void domain. He just sealed the great force of heaven and earth and used the power of his Palm Void domain to reinforce the seal. Why can't I open the devil cavity? Daoist Xianwei refused to believe it. He tried more than 10 times in a row but he still failed to open the devil cavity. Instead, he wasted a lot of his ancient devil essence qi in vain because of his continuous attempts. Even Daoist Xianwei could not escape from Ning Fan's domain, let alone the water buffalo deity and the others. Following the principle of easy first and difficult, Ning Fan decided to start with the weaker water buffalo deity and the others. His eyes first locked onto the weakest water buffalo deity among the three of them. It was exactly because the water buffalo deity was the weakest among the three half-step saints of the foreign races that he was severely injured by Old Devil by that day. Even though his injuries had already been healed by Daoist Xianwei, his primordial qi was still greatly damaged. Currently, his combat power had only recovered to 90% of what it used to be. He still needed a lot of time to recuperate before he could return to his peak state. Unfortunately, he was destined not to have the chance to recuperate. Myriad Saint Dragon King had tacitly restrained Immortal Crane and Ahui Nan, giving Ning Fan the chance to face the water buffalo deity alone. The water buffalo deity was not as strong as Wan Xingzi in the past. Even someone as strong as Wan Xingzi was suppressed by Ning Fan. Thus, the water buffalo deity who only had 90% of his strength was definitely not a match for Ning Fan. In just one round, Ning Fan had killed the water buffalo deity and refined its demon soul. Then, he hung the head of the water buffalo deity which still had a resentful expression on its face on the waist of his true body. Then, he swaggered towards the other half-sage saint, Ahui Nan. Ning Fan was deliberately showing off his strength. Having the head of a half-step saint hanging on one's waist was enough to frighten the enemy and make them tremble in fear. Thus, they would not be able to display their full strength. The current situation was exactly what Hui Nan was experiencing. Originally, he resented Ning Fan because Ning Fan had snatched his fiancée, his beautiful and kind Afro. Indeed, he was the one who took the initiative to offer Afro to the blood god as a sacrificial offering. Indeed, he had wronged Afro and it was reasonable for her to be heartless towards him. However, even if Afro did not love him, she should not fall in love with a descendant of Zido. As a noble merman and a noble Ziwei immortal cultivator, how could Afro betray her faith and fall in love with a Zido immortal cultivator? Hui Nan belonged to the combat faction of the Ziwei immortal cultivators. He could not tolerate Afro's betrayal. He could not forgive Ning Fan who tempted Afro to walk on the path of evil. Therefore, he originally came to kill Ning Fan with a heart full of anger. However, after witnessing Ning Fan kill the water buffalo deity in 100 rounds, Hui Nan became afraid. He no longer had the courage to fight Ning Fan. The head of the water buffalo deity hanging on Ning Fan's waist was like the scariest thing in the world. Hui Nan did not dare to look at it directly. He was already scared before the battle began. Even if Hui Nan's strength was stronger than the water buffalo deity, he was not much stronger than the water buffalo deity if he really fought Ning Fan. He was killed by Ning Fan in just 170 rounds. His head was also hanging on Ning Fan's waist. Since Hui Nan was a merman, Ning Fan could not help but recall the scenes that happened between him and Afro. He did not know if this Hui Nan was related to Afro or not. For some reason, his heart softened and he decided to temporarily imprison Hui Nan's demon soul. He owed Afro a favor. If Hui Nan was Afro's closest relative, his benefactor would inevitably be sad if he destroyed his demon soul. Out of righteousness, he would not let Hui Nan escape. Out of kindness, he decided to temporarily spare Hui Nan's life. He would only imprison him forever and stop him from attacking the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven. Unfortunately, Hui Nan insisted on courting death. As soon as he saw Ning Fan capturing his demon soul, he thought that he would not be able to keep his life like the water buffalo deity. Either way, he would definitely die. He did not just scold Ning Fan. He also called him a slut and a traitor, insulting Afro who was sent to the death prison. From Hui Nan's words, Ning Fan learned a shocking piece of news. After Afro left that day, she really came to the sixth path and was sent to the death prison because she refused a certain order from the great divine priest. The death prison, Ning Fan sighed. After all, he and Afro were two different people. Naturally, he would not go to the hinterland of the foreign races to save her after hearing that she was sent to the death prison. He did not have that ability. Also, he did not have the obligation to do so. Aphrodite was his benefactor, but also his enemy. What was funny was that Ning Fan even obtained some information from Hui Nan's words. This Hui Nan was not someone important to Afro. This person had an engagement with Afro when they were young. However, in order to get a reward from the great divine priest of the foreign races, he actually betrayed Afro and nominated her as the sacrificial offering for the blood god Gungwu. This person pushed Afro to the path of death. To Afro, even though he was from the same race as the merfolk, he was also her enemy. If that's the case, there's no need for me to be soft-hearted and keep you alive. Ning Fan casually refined Hui Nan to death. Then, he joined forces with Myriad Saint Dragon King and killed Immortal Crane after hundreds of rounds. Then, with 3 heads hanging on his waist, he joined forces with the Dao Annihilation Lightning Nascent Soul and attacked Daoist Xianwei together. Daoist Xianwei was so angry that his 3-corpse god jumped up in anger. Ning Fan was too despicable. He could not even defeat a single Dao Annihilation Lightning Nascent Soul. Now, he actually wanted to fight 3 against 1. Little Ning Fan. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. What kind of hero is bullying someone with numbers? Daoist Xianwei cursed angrily. I want to bully someone with numbers. What can you do to me? Ning Fan sneered. He was not a fool. Why would he talk about the morality of the Jianghu with Daoist Xianwei? This Daoist Xianwei was an ancient half-step saint. It would not be easy to kill him even if it was 3 against 1. Chapter 1150. Half-saints were difficult to kill because they possessed profound abilities. Even if they couldn't defeat their enemies, they had the means to escape from the battlefield. However, if a half-step sage's path of retreat was blocked, then the half-step sage would still die. The death of the water buffalo deity and the others was proof of this. It was Ning Fan's first time using the wood palm domain. Layers of invisible walls formed by the wood palm domain sealed all the paths of retreat within the domain. Not Daoist Xianwei could escape. The transformation of Daoist Xuanwei's second stage true body could increase his magic power to 14,000 to 5,000 tribulation stage. Unfortunately, the current Ning Fan had increased his magic power to 16,000 tribulation stage by borrowing the power of the killing technique. In the previous battle, Ning Fan activated his killing technique too late. He would not make such a mistake in this battle. Even though Daoist Xuanwei's green wave fire poison was powerful, it could not withstand Ning Fan's advantage in numbers. A single Dao extermination lightning nascent soul was already enough to make him struggle bitterly. In addition to the joint attacks from Ning Fan and myriad Saint Dragon King, he soon suffered severe injuries. However, he was an ancient half-step saint after all. Even though he was in a desperate situation, he still lived up to his name as an ancient devil. He gritted his teeth and fought Ning Fan to the death without any intention of surrendering. A day later, Daoist Xianwei was severely injured and on the verge of death, but he was still fighting with all his might. 2 days had passed. Daoist Xuanwei's flesh and blood were all dried up. Only a gigantic skeleton was left to fight against Ning Fan. His primordial spirit was attached to the skeleton but it still did not diminish his battle intent. On the 3rd day, Daoist Xianwei finally lost his strength. Even his skeleton was crushed by Ning Fan and the others. His primordial spirit was finally captured by Ning Fan. He didn't beg for mercy at all. He only cursed loudly, but he was regretting it in his heart. Initially, he thought that the mission of retrieving the immemorial lightning cauldron would be easy to complete. However, he did not expect that it would end up in Ning Fan's hands. Humph. Winner takes all. Just kill me. However, I, a warrior at the peak of the conferred demon realm, will definitely return. Take back your primeval thunder cauldron. Daoist Xianwei sneered. Ning Fan began to admire Daoist Xianwei a little. He had always admired those who would die unyieldingly. Even if that person was an enemy, he would still be able to obtain his respect. No wonder he was an ancient devil. This was an ancient devil. If he succumbed to the enemy, how could he be called an ancient devil? Of course, this little bit of respect was not the reason why Ning Fan spared Daoist Xianwei. If he spared this person's life, it would be the same as releasing the tiger back to the mountain. It was impossible for him to make the enemy bow down to him and submit to him wholeheartedly with just a shake of his body. That was a plot that only appeared in the mortal world. He searched Daoist Xuanwei's memories. Spirit refinement had refined Daoist Xuanwei's primordial spirit into a huge pile of myriad spirit blood. After eliminating Daoist Xianwei, Ning Fan did not immediately clean up the corpses and spoils of war on the battlefield. He extinguished the sea of fire on the ruins of the Black Tortoise Keep and sat cross-legged in the midst of the ghost flowers of the underworld. He muttered an incantation and began to cast the spell. Today, he had killed more than 5 million underworld ghost flowers. Because of that, the underworld ghost flowers summoning had been upgraded from a basic summon to an advanced summon. Under the condition of advanced summoning, he could choose one of the people he killed today and turn it into an undying ghost soldier. The basic success rate of creating an undying ghost pawn was 50%. If the strength of the maker was lower than Ning Fan, the success rate would increase to a certain extent. If the maker was stronger than Ning Fan, the success rate would decrease. Because Madame Gui Hua's strength was far weaker than Ning Fan's, her success rate of making Ning Fan's undying ghost soldier was barely 30%. Ning Fan was thinking about who he should use to make the undying ghost soldier. His strength was far beyond Immortal Emperor Doomsday. If he uses the immortal emperors of the foreign races to make the undying ghost soldier, the success rate would be very high. It would be at least 70 to 80%. However, what use would Ning Fan have for an immortal emperor realm undying ghost soldier? It was just like chicken ribs. If he wants to make it, he should make an undying ghost soldier that could be put to use. There were 4 people that he could consider: Xian Wei, Immortal Crane, a Hui Nan and Water Buffalo God. Among them, Water Buffalo God's strength was the lowest. If Ning Fan makes the undying ghost soldier of Water Buffalo God, the success rate would be around 65%. A Hui Nan had 60%. Immortal Crane had 55%. Daoist Xianwei had 30%. Using the connection between him and the ghost flowers of the underworld, Ning Fan could easily sense the success rate of each of them in making the undying ghost soldier. The undying ghost soldier that Ning Fan wanted the most was, of course, Daoist Xianwei. Unfortunately, Daoist Xuanwei's strength far surpassed his. In the previous battles, the reason why Ning Fan could fight evenly with Daoist Xianwei was because he had many tricks up his sleeves. If Daoist Xianwei did not have so many concerns during the first battle and fought to the death like he did during the second battle, not retreating even if he was reduced to a skeleton, Ning Fan would certainly not be his match. It was only natural that the success rate would be much lower than 50%. A success rate of 30% is too low. However, if I succeed, I will also gain great benefits. Even if a half-step sage like Myriad Saint Dragon King turns into an undying ghost soldier, he would at most have the qualifications to fight a first-level half-step sage. It would be impossible for him to defeat a first-level half-step sage. However, if a half-step sage like Xianwei turns into an undying ghost soldier, he would definitely be able to crush most of the first-level half-step sage realm cultivators of the lawless era. Ning Fan pondered for a long time. Eventually, he decided to take a gamble and choose Xianwei to make the undying ghost soldier. As he activated his ability, countless specks of light suddenly appeared in the bushes of the ghost flowers of the underworld. They were like countless fireflies dancing in the air. It was extremely beautiful. Those specks of light were none other than the remnant souls of the people that Ning Fan had killed today, which were devoured by the ghost flowers of the underworld. The ghost flowers of the underworld possessed a power similar to the Fu Li spirit wheel. It could ignore the laws of cultivation and allow the souls of immortal cultivators at the second step and above to not disperse after they die. However, the purpose of storing souls was different from the Fu Li spirit wheel. The ghost flowers stored souls to create undying ghost soldiers, while the Fu Li spirit wheel was used to create Fu Li from the dead. Ning Fan was clearly making the undying ghost soldiers of the underworld ghost flowers, but at this moment, he had a new understanding of his Fu Li spirit wheel. Using the Fu Li spirit wheel to create Fu Li was the same as creating the undying ghost soldiers. There seemed to be a lot of similarities between them. The fluorescent light that filled the sky began to condense and change. Daoist Xianwei had obviously been killed by Ning Fan. However, at this moment, his second stage true form of the 10-tailed scorpion giant slowly appeared in the fluorescent light. The undying ghost soldier was born for battle. Therefore, it was created in his strongest form. Creating the undying ghost soldier would consume a lot of mental energy. Fortunately, Ning Fan still had spirit recovering rice with him. After eating some, his mental energy would be replenished. Ning Fan noticed that there was not much spirit recovering rice left in his pocket. In the past, he had obtained a mountain of spirit recovering rice from the dark races. Unfortunately, ever since the battle with the dark races began, he had been consuming a large amount of spirit recovering rice. No matter how much spirit recovering rice he had, it would be finished one day. The remaining spirit recovering rice is probably enough for me to carry out another 4 to 5 battles at the half-step saint realm. When the spirit recovering rice is used up, I won't be able to activate the cross-shaped light ring indefinitely. My combat power will be greatly reduced. If I can create enough undying ghost soldiers before the spirit recovering rice is used up, I will still be able to suppress those half-step saints of the declining cultivation realm even if I can't use the cross-shaped light ring for a long time in the future. Ning Fan's expectation towards creating the mysterious tail ghost soldier had increased. However, reality was full of drama. The more you look forward to something, the less you will get. On the contrary, you will often get unexpected gains. Ning Fan failed to create the mysterious tail ghost soldier. The success rate of 30% was too low. Even if his luck was far greater than the Doomsday Immortal King, it could only increase the success rate from 30% to 40%. 40% was still very low. Moreover, it was Ning Fan's first time creating an undying ghost soldier. He was not very familiar with the method of condensing the soul. During the process, he made more than 10 unavoidable mistakes. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for him to succeed. What a pity. If I could have a strong ally like Daoist Xianwei, I would have a chance of winning even if I have to fight against a first-level quasi-saint. Ning Fan was greatly disappointed. However, his disappointment was quickly wiped away. His mind became calm and tranquil again. The chance to create ghost soldiers was only once in each battle. After using it once, the ghost flower of the netherworld would need to rest for a few days before it could produce the undying ghost soldier again. Ning Fan began to clean up the battlefield. With his current cultivation base, he cleaned up the ruins of the battlefield very quickly. There were a lot of low-grade Dao fruits and some Dao fruits of immortal venerables and immortal kings. As for the Dao fruit of immortal emperors, there was only one Dao fruit of immortal emperors. From the 22 immortal emperors of the foreign races, Ning Fan obtained 6 innate magic treasures. 2 of them were severely damaged while the other 3 were not very useful. Only the last one made Ning Fan's eyes light up. The Lane Temple bamboo fence was a connate magic treasure in the form of a bamboo fence. It was made from the famous Lane bamboo. According to the bamboo fence, it was made by a monk who guarded the vegetable garden of the Lane Temple. The area surrounded by this bamboo fence would automatically form an immortal emperor-grade defensive formation. The plants inside the formation would grow faster. Hee. This magic treasure is suitable to be used as the bamboo fence of Shen Nong's 100 Herbs Garden. However, Ning Fan seemed to have heard the name of the Thunder Tune Temple somewhere before. It seems to be an extremely famous temple in the ancient times. Ning Fan shook his head and suppressed his distracting thoughts. Then, he began to check the spoils of war that the 4 half-step saints brought to him. Heavenly Bull Eye. This was the innate Dharma eye that the water bull god cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. It could see through most of the illusory techniques of the Age of Chaos and increased the success rate of illusory techniques. The water bull god's specialty was illusory techniques. Ning Fan already knew about it when he fought against it. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's attainment in illusory techniques was much higher than the water bull god's. Thus, the water bull god's illusory techniques could not be used at all. Then, how should I use this eye? Ning Fan pondered for a while and crushed both of the water bull god's eyes. Then, he absorbed all the illusory power that was contained within the eyes into his left demon eye. Fu Li Yin Yang seemed to have improved a lot. The defensive power and offensive power of its illusory techniques had significantly improved. Not bad. Merman Divine Pearl. This was a special pearl that only the male mermen could claim to have. Female mermen could shed tears and turn into pearls. Male mermen, on the other hand, would never shed a single tear for the rest of their lives. Even though they were deprived of the right to shed tears, the male mermen could collect the tears that could not flow out from their lacrimal glands into their dantian and condense them into divine pearls. Most of the male mermen had their own merman divine pearls. However, the power of the divine pearls varied. To the male mermen, the more emotions they had, the more developed their lacrimal glands were, and the longer they lived, the more powerful their divine pearls would be. A Huinan was a half-sage merman who had lived for 80 million years. Her divine pearl was extremely powerful. Its power was already close to that of a mid-grade innate magic treasure. Of course, if this was all it had, Ning Fan would not pay much attention to this divine pearl. The divine pearl could be used as a magic treasure. At the same time, it could also be used as a tonic and a supplementary item for cultivation. Its usage was similar to the tears of the female merman. This was the pearl that was condensed from a Huinan's tears for 80 million years. If he uses it all at once, it could increase Ning Fan's absorption speed of water elemental force by 1,000 times within a few months. If he uses this divine pearl, Ning Fan was confident that he could cultivate the heavenly Goyu to a higher level within a few months. Myriad Worlds Red Dot. A drop of poison that immortal Wang cultivated with his entire life's effort was enough to kill any immortal emperor with a single blow. Its power was slightly weaker than Daoist Xuanwei's green wave fire poison, but it was not much weaker. The crane crown red was a deadly poison in the mortal world. This myriad world's red dot was the crane crown poison that immortal Wang had cultivated since he was young. As soon as this poison was released, only a red dot could be seen flashing across heaven and earth. Immortal emperors would be poisoned to death. It was extremely powerful. It was precisely because immortal Wang's poison technique was so powerful that Ning Fan had to spend hundreds of rounds to kill him even if he joined forces with myriad Saint Dragon King. The world is dark. This was the strange name that immortal Wang gave to his pair of crane wings. Most people cultivated their wings to increase their speed. Immortal Wang's wings could not only increase their speed but also extinguish all the light in heaven and earth, plunging the world into darkness. This pair of wings actually possesses a trace of the power of a dark sovereign. Ning Fan was surprised. He extracted the power from immortal Wang's wings and devoured it with the dark yin-yang technique. The dark yin-yang technique also improved slightly. The three immortals' ancestral spirit formation and the materials needed to set it up. It was something that Ning Fan found in Daoist Xuanwei's storage pouch. It was a special formation that could summon the ancestral true spirits of the various clans in the Ziwei galaxy to the Age of Chaos. Of course, the summoned ancestors would not have the same strength as when they were at their peak. However, even if they only had a trace of their strength left, it would be enough to suppress a half-saint realm expert in the Age of Chaos. If they are ancestors with special abilities, they could even suppress the lightning of the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul. Ning Fan nodded his head. No wonder Daoist Xianwei wanted to summon the ancestral spirits to deal with me. This formation is indeed quite powerful. If I didn't sneak attack the Black Tortoise Pass and expose Daoist Xuanwei's scheme, unfortunately, there are no ifs. Ning Fan smiled faintly and placed the item at his side. He would not foolishly use these formation materials to summon the ancestors of the various clans in the Ziwei galaxy. The summoned ancestors had their own consciousness. They would not obey his orders. Instead, they might attack him as soon as they appeared because of his identity as Zido's descendant. There were a number of immemorial devil medicines. Ning Fan had obtained quite a few immemorial devil medicines that could strengthen the physical body. Other than that, there were also a large number of immemorial devil medicines that could heal injuries. It was the poison sac of the green wave fire poison. It was the item that made Daoist Xianwei famous. It was the poison power that was stored in his body. Previously, Ning Fan's poison power only contained a trace of the green wave fire poison. If he directly devours the poison sac of Daoist Xianwei, his poison power would increase tremendously. The lost ancient devil scroll. This was the thing that Ning Fan valued the most in Taoist Xuanwei's body. It was not just because there were tens of lost grade ancient devil abilities recorded in it. It was not just because it mentioned the ancient theory of compatibility between abilities. What's more, among these divine abilities was one of the most famous secret arts of the ancient demon clan, the ancient demon devil art. In the past, the black-winged great devil who suddenly descended upon the divine tomb had used the devil cavity to travel across the starry sky and arrive at the eastern heaven. This time, Taoist Xianwei had also used the devil cavity to travel from the northern heaven to the eastern heaven. The devil cavity was really heaven-defying. If Ning Fan learns the devil cavity, he wouldn't need to travel through the realm river anymore. He could directly travel across the starry sky through the passage of the devil cavity. This technique was worth learning. The devil cavity is divided into 3 grades: low grade, mid grade and high grade. The low grade devil cavity can allow the user to travel across all medium-sized worlds. The mid grade devil cavity can allow the user to travel across all boundless worlds. The high-grade devil cavity can allow the user to travel across samsara. Travel across samsara. What is that? It sounds really powerful. The low-grade devil cavity requires the cultivator to be an ancient devil who possesses at least 1 drop of ancestral blood. At the same time, the cultivator must cultivate the power of space to the critical point of the sovereign realm. The critical point of the sovereign realm? This requirement is a little too high, isn't it? Even if it is not the true sovereign realm, it is still not something that any ancient devil can cultivate. Ning Fan sighed softly. His understanding of the power of space did not seem to be very profound. The Void Emperor of the Godly Void Pavilion had an extremely high understanding of the power of space. His master, Xiang Bozi, had an even higher understanding of the power of space. However, even the two of them had not cultivated the power of space to the critical point of the sovereign realm. How could it be so easy to cultivate the power of space? Space and time were the 2 most difficult sovereign realms to cultivate since ancient times. Naturally, Ning Fan did not have the ability to do so. He helplessly realized that he had yet to meet the requirements to cultivate the low-grade devil cavity. Wait. Something doesn't seem right. Be it the black-winged great devil in the past or Taoist Xianwei this time, both of them could use the devil cavity. Could it be that both of them have an extremely profound understanding of the power of space? The black-winged great devil seemed to be a great cultivator from the ancient times. Ning Fan would not find it strange even if he had cultivated the power of space to such a high level. However, Taoist Xianwei was just a half-step Saint Realm cultivator. How could he possibly have such a high innate talent in the power of space? If Taoist Xianwei really had such a high innate talent in the power of space, how could he possibly be trapped by the domain of the sovereign realm and not be able to escape by tearing the space apart? The critical point of the sovereign realm. That was an expert who was just a step away from attaining the sovereign realm. However, Taoist Xianwei did not seem to have a profound understanding of the power of space at all. Could it be that cultivating the power of space to the critical point of the sovereign realm is just a sufficient but not a necessary condition to cultivate the devil cavity? Or perhaps, Taoist Xuanwei's devil cavity was not the original devil cavity at all. It was just a weakened version which could not even be considered as a low-grade devil cavity. Ning Fan felt that he had grasped the truth. The true devil cavity had already reached the critical point of the sovereign realm. It was impossible for him to seal it. The true devil cavity was also not something that the current Ning Fan could cultivate. He could roughly guess that what Taoist Xianwei cultivated was a weakened version of the devil cavity. Unfortunately, he could not find the cultivation method of the weakened version from Taoist Xianwei. Even if it was a weakened version of the devil cavity, it would still be good. Ning Fan could not meet the requirements to cultivate the original devil cavity at all. He really wanted to learn a weakened version of the devil cavity and directly travel to the northern heaven to have a look. Ding ding ding. Just as Ning Fan was sighing, Emperor Tsang's call suddenly rang. Chapter 1151. The Boundary Steel Pass was the second impregnable pass of the sixth waterway. Its scale was magnificent, second only to the main pass, the Black Tortoise Pass. It was famous because there was an ancient tablet written by a quasi-saint guarding this pass. Almost more than 40% of the Realm River Alliance's forces were gathered here. Emperor Tsang and the only 9 Tribulations Immortal Emperor in the Alliance, Old Demon White, were also there. At this moment, Emperor Tsang and more than 10,000 old monsters were holding a small meeting inside the Boundary Steel Pass. All the 10,000 old monsters had gloomy expressions. Even Old Devil White, who had just defeated the foreign races in the Boundary River, had an ugly expression on his face. The content of the meeting was to discuss how to deal with the 4 half-saints of the Sixth Path. A few days ago, an Eastern Sky Quasi-Emperor had risked his life to go to Black Tortoise Mountain Pass to gather information on the 4th Semisage. As a result, he had been discovered by that Semisage, and had been killed on the spot in Black Tortoise Mountain Pass. His flesh and blood had been divided up and eaten by the strange races. Fortunately, that Eastern Sky Quasi-Emperor's sacrifice hadn't been in vain. He just so happened to have a type of divine ability. Once he died, he could transmit the fragments of the battle back to the array formation he had arranged before his death. Therefore, Emperor Tsang and the others saw the scene of Daoist Xianwei killing the Eastern Sky Quasi-Emperor. Whether it was Emperor Tsang or Old Devil Bai, neither of them were cultivators who had lived since the ancient times. Just by looking at some of the battle footage, it was impossible for them to determine Daoist Xuanwei's identity and origin. They could only roughly tell that this person had the strength of a semisage or above. But Great Emperor Chonghe recognized Daoist Xianwei. The waterways that Emperor Chonghe had been on had already been conquered, so he was transferred to the 6th route. Having an old man at home is like having a treasure. No matter what, Great Emperor Chonghe was also an old man of the same generation as Ancient Chaos Heavenly Emperor. Even if he deliberately hid his strength and didn't reveal much of it to the outside world, he was still able to gain the respect of the majority of Eastern Sky's old monsters. Emperor Chonghe's face turned pale when he saw that this half-saint was Daoist Xianwei, the general of the Demon Conferral Summit. When the crowd asked for the reason, Great Emperor Chonghe told them about Daoist Xianwei's background. When they found out that Daoist Xianwei had even poisoned a quasi-saint to death, how could they remain calm and composed? Was there anyone in the Boundary Steel who could rival Daoist Xianwei? What should we do? Even if the enemy has an ordinary half-saint, it would still be difficult for us to deal with them. I didn't expect that the 4th half-saint is actually not an ordinary person, but the renowned Daoist Xianwei. Although I'm conceited, I know that I'm not a match for that Daoist Xianwei. Legend has it that Daoist Xianwei's strongest ability is the art of poison. Everyone might not know this, but this old man's weakness is also the art of poison. If the enemy is an ordinary poison cultivator, this old man can still rely on his strength to crush and defeat him. However, if it's a poison cultivator of the mysterious tail level. Old Devil Bai let out a long sigh. If they were to fight against the foreign races in the future, as the strongest expert in the Boundary Steel Pass, he would definitely have to fight against Daoist Xianwei. He wasn't even a match for Daoist Xianwei in a one-on-one fight. It would be extremely difficult for the others to deal with the remaining 3 half-saints of the alien race. Fellow Daoist 8 Scenery and fellow Daoist Rahu have received the news and are rushing over from the 3rd route. Fellow Daoist 8 Scenery is a veteran 8th Tribulation Immortal Emperor. Fellow Daoist Rahu has just become a sovereign recently. Although his realm has just stabilized, according to fellow Daoist 8 Scenery, his combat strength has already surpassed the majority of 8th Tribulation Immortal Emperors. He's even stronger than Sun Luo, who opened the incipient Saint Ring back then. If these 2 fellow Daoists come to help, I'm sure we'll be able to relax a lot, Emperor Jin Heng of the Taurus Palace said. It's indeed a good thing to have these 2 coming to help. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Someone sighed. Fellow Taoist Void and fellow Taoist Shinkong have also received the news and are rushing over here. Emperor Shin Su and Emperor Shin Su are experts in joint attacks. Even if they can't match a half-saint, they can still restrain one of them for a short period of time and share some of the pressure for fellow Taoist White, said the veteran immortal Emperor Yellow Turban of the Eastern Sky. Sigh. That's all in the past. The current Emperor Shin Su has suffered severe injuries and his cultivation base has fallen. He only has a 7th Tribulation Realm cultivation base now. The destructive power of his joint attack with Emperor Void has also been greatly reduced. Now, it's a little difficult for the two of them to stop a half-saint. However, if they can come, it will indeed greatly improve the overall strength of our boundary steel. Another person shook his head and said. As expected, fellow Taoist Ning is the only one we can rely on. Someone sighed with emotion. Currently, Ning Fan's strength was publicly recognized as the strongest person in the Realm River Alliance. However, one should know that the Battle of the Realm River had just begun less than 10 years ago. What was Ning Fan's situation like 10 years ago? At that time, the Eastern Sky was not facing a crisis. At that time, the cultivators of the Eastern Sky were not united yet. At that time, Ning Fan was still being chased by the Dark Race. Among the old monsters present, there were many who had tried to curry favor with the Dark Race and secretly targeted Ning Fan. Even those who remained neutral usually did not have a good impression of Ning Fan. However, 10 years later, when the crisis of the Eastern Sky arrived, Ning Fan actually became everyone's hope. He became the strongest barrier of the Realm River Alliance. With his outstanding achievements, countless cultivators in the Alliance admired and worshipped him. His reputation was extremely high and it was even higher than Emperor Tsang, who was the leader of the Alliance. How could they not sigh with emotion? When will fellow Taoist Ning come? If he comes, a mere Taoist Xian Wei is nothing. I just received another news from the 9th Path. This Taoist Xian Wei seems to have appeared in the battlefield of the 9th Path and was even defeated by fellow Taoist Ning. At that time, fellow Taoist Ning's Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul directly crushed Taoist Xian Wei. What? Fellow Taoist Ning's Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul actually crushed Taoist Xian Wei. That's impossible, right? That Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul seems to only have a cultivation base of around the half-saint realm. Even though it's considered powerful, it's still not enough to crush a half-saint realm expert of the ancient era. I heard that the Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul was riding an ancestral lightning sparrow. The lightning power between the two of them fused together. Therefore, the Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul could display its strength several times. It's really unheard of to fight for a sparrow and improve one's strength. This old man has heard of it. In the ancient era, many cultivators brought their mounts to battle. It seems to be a very common thing. To us cultivators of the cultivation-ending era, riding a mount may only be a means of transportation. However, some ancient factions seem to know some secret techniques that can be used with a mount to increase one's strength. This principle is similar to how a general in the mortal world can borrow the horsepower of a warhorse to greatly increase his strength. The quality of a warhorse can sometimes become the deciding factor in a life and death battle between mortals. That Taoist Xian Wei was defeated by fellow Taoist Ning once in the 9th Path. Now that he's in the 6th Path, it's highly possible that he has already thought of a way to restrain the Tao Extermination Lightning Nascent Soul. We must be careful. If the opponent really has some kind of arrangement, it's hard to say whether fellow Taoist Ning can defeat Taoist Xian Wei again this time. Sigh, when will the chaos of the Boundary River be pacified? Every day, I see my close friends and disciples dying one by one, yet I'm powerless to stop it. This old man feels a little sad. Fellow Taoist Lin is also someone who is used to seeing slaughter. It's really surprising that you're so sentimental. Sigh, this old man's state of mind is indeed lacking. However, If there's peace, who would be willing to be mired in the swamp of war? I still prefer the boundary river that used to be calm and tranquil. When fellow Taoist Ning arrives, he might have a way to completely reclaim the sixth path. When will fellow Taoist Ning arrive? I heard that he had already set off from the ninth path 10 days ago. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Why don't you contact fellow Taoist Ning and see where he is now? Maybe he encountered some trouble on the way and was delayed. If there's really trouble, we can also send people to rescue him. Cough cough. Given fellow Taoist Ning's strength, why would he need our help? I'm just doing it out of concern. As soon as Ning Fan was mentioned, the pressure on the group of old monsters of the eastern sky suddenly lessened. The dark cloud that shrouded their hearts slightly dispersed. They deeply believed that as long as Ning Fan comes to their rescue, they would have a way to deal with the foreign race's half-step saints no matter how many of them there are. Emperor Tsang listened to the advice of some old monsters and began to contact Ning Fan. He was also a little worried that Ning Fan might encounter some trouble on the way. After all, he already knew that Ning Fan could travel freely in the Boundary River without the help of a battle boat. Based on his speed, he should have reached the sixth path a few days ago. However, he had yet to arrive even after such a long time. Ding ding ding. It was Emperor Tsang's voice transmitting Jade Talisman. He was trying to get in touch with Ning Fan. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was the sound of successfully contacting Ning Fan. However, due to the interference of the magnetic force of the Realm River, the effect of the voice transmission was not very ideal. Sometimes, it would be accompanied by a buzzing noise. This was very annoying, but with Grey Deity's cultivation, he had no way to change it. Alliance Master, are you looking for me? Ning Fan's voice resounded from the other end of the Jade Talisman. Ning Fan roughly knew that the Heaven Emperor was looking for him for official business. In private, he would directly address Tsang Di as Dao Brother, but when it came to official matters, he would address Tsang Di as Alliance Leader to show respect. Yes. You've already left the ninth path for 10 days, but you still haven't reached the Boundary Steel. The other fellow Taoists and I are worried that you might have run into some trouble on the way. Upon hearing what he said, Ning Fan's laughter seemed to resound from the other end of the Jade Talisman. It was the laughter of someone who was in a good mood. It wasn't just because he had just experienced a great victory and crushed the Black Tortoise Pass with his own strength. Moreover, because Emperor Tsang and the others cared for him from the bottom of their hearts, he felt warmth. Among the first 10 Eastern Sky cultivators, 9 of them were hostile towards Ning Fan because Ning Fan's reputation was just too bad. Today, however, it was different. Ning Fan and countless old monsters of the Eastern Sky had become comrades and comrades in arms. It was a relationship where they shed their blood together. It was a relationship where men entrusted their lives to each other. They were men who guarded the Eastern Sky together. Ning Fan was not sure about those cultivators of the Eastern Sky who did not participate in the battle. At least, he could no longer find anyone who was hostile towards him among the allied forces of the Realm River Alliance. On the battlefield, they were comrades who entrusted their lives to Ning Fan. If the battle ends and they return to the Eastern Sky, they would not become enemies again. Instead, they would retain their comrades-in-arms relationship. You seem to be in a good mood. You don't seem to have run into any trouble, right? That's good. Knowing that Ning Fan was safe and sound, Tsang Di heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. All the old monsters at the scene were infected by Ning Fan's laughter from the Jade Talisman. The pressure they felt was instantly reduced. It was as if they no longer had to worry about their current predicament as long as they heard Ning Fan's voice. Since you didn't meet with any trouble on the way, hurry up and come to the Boundary Steel Pass. We're still waiting for you to come up with a plan to teach the foreign races a lesson. Emperor Tsang said. This might not work. I can't send my clone to the Boundary Steel Pass right now. I have to stay at the Mystic Martial Pass for now, before Ning Fan could finish his words, all the old monsters present had already sucked in a cold breath. What did they hear? Ning Fan said that he was currently at the Black Tortoise Gate. What kind of joke was this? Did he not want to live anymore? He actually snuck into the Black Tortoise Pass alone. Sneaked into the territory of the non-humankind. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were hiding in the Black Tortoise Gate? You want to cooperate with us and break through the Black Tortoise Gate in one fell swoop? I don't know how you managed to sneak into the Black Marshal Gate. Quickly cut off the communication. Don't let the half-saint of the Black Marshal Gate detect you. Once they find out that you're in the Black Tortoise Gate, you'll be in great danger. However, this is also an opportunity, an excellent opportunity for us to coordinate with each other from the inside and outside. Emperor Tsong's powerful imagination had already conjured up a scene in his mind. The reason why Ning Fan had yet to arrive at the Boundary Steel Pass was because he had secretly sneaked into the inner part of the Black Tortoise Gate. To ordinary people, wanting to sneak into the Black Tortoise Gate without being detected by the 4 half-saint experts of the non-humankind was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, to Ning Fan, it was not an impossible task. Ning Fan definitely wanted to cooperate with them and take back the Black Tortoise Gate in one fell swoop. That was why he deliberately sneaked into the Black Tortoise Gate. No wonder he had yet to arrive. It turned out that he was actually planning such a dangerous thing. A moment of carelessness and he would be attacked by all the experts of the Black Tortoise Gate together and die without a burial place. Emperor Tsong thought of this possibility in his mind. In an instant, he actually felt a little touched. The eyes of the handsome young man were filled with tears. He was touched that Ning Fan did not hesitate to take the risk in order to protect the Eastern Heaven. This action was too similar to that half-saint emperor who sacrificed himself for the greater good. In the ancient times, there were many people who lamented and sang sorrowful songs. The ancients did not deceive me. They did not deceive me. How intelligent were the other old monsters of the Eastern Heaven. In an instant, they also imagined Ning Fan's various plans of sneaking into the Black Tortoise Gate and attempting to break through the gate by coordinating with each other from the inside and outside. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's position in everyone's hearts became even more majestic. His selfless character and persistence towards the greater good had touched the hearts of the iron-blooded men one after another. In the cold and selfish cultivation world, how many people would dare to sacrifice their bodies and sneak into the enemy's hinterland for the rise and fall of the world? How courageous! How hot-blooded! That was what a man should be like. From the beginning to the end, not a single one of them thought that Ning Fan sneaked into the Black Tortoise Gate to fight against 10,000 enemies and attack the Black Tortoise Gate head-on. What was even more unexpected was that Ning Fan had already flattened the entire Black Tortoise Gate and annihilated all the foreign races in this place. None of the 4 half-saint realm enemies managed to escape. It's not what you think it is. On the other side of the Jade Talisman, Ning Fan felt that Emperor Tsong and the others had misunderstood something. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is what happened. 3 days ago, I arrived at the 6th water path. Then, I seized the opportunity and broke through the Black Tortoise Gate. Because it's very difficult for me to repair the formation of the Black Tortoise Gate in a short period of time with my strength alone, I was afraid that the enemy would come back and occupy this gate again. Therefore, I temporarily can't leave and I have to guard this place. Silence. It was as silent as death. Be it Emperor Tsong or Old Devil Bai, all of them were dumbfounded. They were shocked by the shocking content that Ning Fan said in a calm tone. Alliance Lord, quickly move the main forces of the Boundary Steel to the Black Tortoise Gate. Only by rebuilding the Black Tortoise Gate and repairing the formation can this gate be considered to have completely returned to the hands of the Eastern Sky cultivators. Ning Fan suggested. Silence. It was still as silent as death. Emperor Tsong was the first to recover from his shock. His expression was extremely interesting. He said to Ning Fan with a very serious tone. Be more serious. The matter of the Black Tortoise Gate is related to the situation of the sixth water path and the success or failure of the Boundary River. You can't joke around. He felt that Ning Fan was just joking when he said that he would take back the Black Tortoise Gate. The other old monsters of the eastern sky also felt that Ning Fan was joking. None of them thought that Ning Fan could crush the enemies for half-saint realm experts, 22 immortal emperors and more than 200 immortal venerables and immortal kings on his own and flatten the Black Tortoise Gate. It was too fantastical. Even a quasi-saint realm expert might not be able to do it. Wasn't there a famous Taoist Xianwei among the 4 half-saint realm experts of the enemy? He had even poisoned a quasi-saint realm expert to death. How powerful was he? Moreover, this person might have already found a way to deal with the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul. How could he let Ning Fan break through the gate so easily? I'm very serious. Ning Fan's slightly helpless voice resounded from the other end of the jade talisman. He knew that the things he had done would make countless people suffer a great blow. But what can he do about it? I'm strong. It's all my fault. You should know that there are many existences in the foreign races who are much stronger than me. There's also the blood god Gungwu. If you know that the foreign races have the blood god Gungwu, I'm afraid you will directly feel despair about the future of the eastern sky. Sure enough, the matter about the blood god Gungwu should not be talked about recklessly. It would really shake the morale of the army. However, it was also undeniable that this would cause Emperor Tsang and the others to misjudge the strategy of pacifying the Boundary River. Did you really take back the Black Tortoise Gate all by yourself? This question was not asked by Emperor Tsang but by Old Devil White, who had the reputation of the Azure Sky White Jade Building. Unlike the others, Old Devil White did not doubt the authenticity of Ning Fan's words at all. His personality was similar to Ning Fan's. If he had sufficient strength, he would also dare to attack the enemy alone and flatten the Black Tortoise Gate. The problem was that he did not have that strength. Previously, when he was besieged by 3 half-saint realm experts, he was actually at a disadvantage. Out of desperation, he took the risk and revealed a flaw. Fortunately, the water buffalo god fell for it. That was how he managed to severely injure the unlucky water buffalo god. The cultivators of the eastern sky admired him even more because of this battle achievement. Because of this, the enemies were also more vigilant against him. Only Old Devil White himself knew that the same battle achievement could not be replicated for the second time. If he is besieged by the water buffalo god and the other 2 half-saint realm experts again, they will definitely not fall for it again. As for him, he would also be defeated by the 3 half-saint realm experts due to his lack of strength. He did not have the strength to fight against the 3 half-saint realm experts. He also did not have the strength to defeat the 4 half-saint realm experts, including Taoist Xianwei. If there are another 22 immortal emperors, 200 immortal venerables and immortal kings besieging him, Old Devil White broke out in cold sweat just thinking about it. Could Ning Fan really do it? If that's the case, Ning Fan was not just a little bit stronger than him. He had always thought that even though Ning Fan was stronger than him, his strength was limited, yes. Ning Fan had no choice but to answer again. We need to prove it. This is a serious matter. We mustn't play around with it. Old Devil White's voice trembled a little. That's easy. I will send part of the recording of this battle to them. Ning Fan had no choice but to send part of the recording of this battle to them. However, some of the information related to the ghost flower of the netherworld were hidden, making the recording obviously look like it had been edited and was not complete. Even so, it was enough for Emperor Tsang and the others to confirm the authenticity of Ning Fan's words. Through the recording, Ning Fan's invincible figure of crushing the foreign races was deeply imprinted in the eyes of each and every eastern sky cultivator. It cannot be faked. Ning Fan really destroyed the Black Tortoise Pass with just his strength alone. After a moment of dead silence, the group of old monsters suddenly began to cheer to vent the ecstasy in their hearts. Just a moment ago, they were still worrying about attacking the Black Tortoise Pass. At the next moment, they directly received the news that the Black Tortoise Pass had already been destroyed. How could they not be happy? Ning Fan was definitely the biggest contributor to the Boundary River meeting. Ning Fan was indeed the hope of the eastern sky. He was too reliable. The report of the battle in the Black Tortoise Pass quickly spread across the Boundary Steel Pass. Very soon, the pass fell into a sea of cheers. Emperor Tsang and the others were overjoyed. However, they also knew that the most important thing at this moment was not to celebrate but to mobilize troops to enter the Black Tortoise Pass. They had to repair the formation of the Black Tortoise Pass and link all the formations of the passes into one. In this way, it would be unprecedentedly difficult for the immortal emperors of the foreign races to come out of the water. In this way, the plan to repair the immortal sovereign seal and completely seal the foreign races could also be carried out. The chaos of the Boundary River would be settled soon. Great joy! Great joy! Of course, there were also some people who were not so happy. Old Devil White seemed to have been petrified. He stood on the same spot as if he had suffered a heavy blow. It was not that he was not happy about this victory. It was just that the blow he received was too deep and too heavy. The former number one devil of the eastern sky was not only surpassed by the later generations, but also surpassed by a few streets. That kind of feeling was really unpleasant. Brother White, are you all right? Emperor Jin Heng saw the abnormality of Old Devil White and asked with a sigh. I'm fine. Let me take a break. Just let me take a break. I'm old. I'm really old. The younger generation will surpass us in time. There is no ship that can accommodate this old man in the torrent of the new era. The new waves of the Yangtze River push the old waves. I really can't not admit that I'm old. This era is no longer the era of me, Bai Yulo, nor is it the Sen Luo era that has passed. It doesn't belong to Emperor Tsang, the Taurus Palace or the Godly Void Pavilion. This era is called Ning Fan. It's called Ning Fan. Old Devil White said with a heavy blow. After the blow, he also felt gratified and relieved. His state of mind had improved. It turned out that his state of mind had always been restrained by the false title of the number one devil of the eastern sky. When Ning Fan completely shattered this false title, Old Devil White finally felt how broad the path of cultivation was in front of him and how limited his vision was all along. His path to the quasi-saint realm seemed to be a little clearer now. Chapter 1152. Emperor Tsang led his army to the Black Tortoise Pass and rebuilt it. The formations on the surface of the entire eastern boundary river were finally connected as one. Even on days when the sun was not shining brightly, the surface of the water was still sparkling. That light was not the reflection of sunlight but the hidden formation light. Under the suppression of such formation light, it would be unprecedentedly difficult for the experts of the foreign races above the immortal emperor realm to get out of the water in the future. However, in Ning Fan's opinion, that great divine priest of the foreign races most likely still had a way to deal with this situation. The sparkling light on the surface of the water was weakening day by day at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the sign that the power of the immortal sovereign seal was gradually dissipating. It was time to repair the immortal sovereign seal. However, Emperor Tsang and the others could not move immediately. The formations on the surface of the eastern boundary river had just been connected as one. There were still many arrangements to be made on the surface of the water to increase the success rate of repairing the immortal sovereign seal. These arrangements could be completed by Emperor Tsang and the others. Naturally, there was no need for a great deity like Ning Fan to do it. Experts would always receive preferential treatment no matter where they go. These arrangements would take a lot of time. Ning Fan could only wait. Of course, he was not just waiting idly. This period of time was just right for him to absorb the many benefits he had obtained from the previous battles. Killing on the battlefield was the fastest way to improve one's strength. The larger the scale of the battle, the greater the benefits a cultivator could obtain. They could obtain cultivation resources that were tens of times more than what they would obtain during normal cultivation. However, in the crossroads between life and death, one's cultivation realm would be solidified and their comprehension would be increased. Ning Fan was currently in such a situation. After coming to the Boundary River for tens of years, he had obtained countless cultivation resources and his strength had entered a period of rapid improvement. Sometimes, it was not necessarily a good thing for one's strength to rise too quickly. It would cause one's foundation to be unstable and one's cultivation realm to be superficial. Fortunately, Ning Fan had experienced a lot of battles during this period of time. His superficial cultivation realm had long been solidified through countless bloody battles. His chi was now as vast as the mountains and seas. When he sat in meditation with his legs crossed, a massive aura force that could engulf the sun and moon gradually appeared between each breath. Engulfing the sun and moon was the breathing aura force that only a true quasi-saint realm expert could possess. Ning Fan was just an immortal king realm cultivator, but he was actually able to do it. Countless cultivators of the Alliance were impressed by him and he gained more admirers. The myriad world's red dot and the poison sac of the green wave fire poison. Ning Fan had spent several months devouring and refining these two items. The power of his poison yin yang had nearly doubled, allowing him to advance further on the path of minor completion of the sovereign realm. However, there was still a long way to go before he could truly attain the middle level of the sovereign realm. He would need to devour at least another 6 to 7 types of the most poisonous items in the world before he could attain the middle level of the sovereign realm. The benefits of increasing the power of yin-yang poison were very obvious. The power of Ning Fan's poison attacks had become stronger and his poison resistance had also become higher. If he were to fight Daoist Xian Wei again right now, he would at most suffer minor injuries even if he forgoes his defense and forcefully withstands Daoist Xian Wei's poison attacks. However, if he puts up his defense, Daoist Xian Wei's poison attacks would not be able to hurt him at all. Ning Fan did not know how strong his current poison resistance was. Based on his estimation, it should at least be a lot stronger than Daoist Xian Wei's myriad poison primordial body. The immemorial devil herbs that he obtained from Daoist Xian Wei included many body refinement pills. All of them made Ning Fan's physical body slightly stronger. After doing all these, Ning Fan began to use the power of the Divine Pearl to continue cultivating the Langya Heavenly Hook Jade. The tear of the mermaid when Aphrodite was in love could increase his absorption speed of water elemental power by hundreds of times. However, a drop of tear could only be used for a day. The Divine Pearl was different. According to Ning Fan's estimation, it could be used for at least a few months, allowing him to absorb water elemental power 1,000 times faster than normal. Of course, this was just Ning Fan's initial estimation. He would only know the exact effect after using it. Ning Fan began to cultivate the 4th volume of the Heavenly Hook Jade. The limit of the 3rd volume was to cultivate the Heavenly Hook Jade to 1,000 pieces. The 4th volume could allow him to cultivate 10,000 pieces. The Heavenly Hook Sacred Scroll was the ultimate art of the ancestor of the Heavenly Hook Fish clan, Ancestor Langya. It was said that there were 12 complete volumes of the Heavenly Hook Sacred Scroll. However, Ning Fan only obtained the first 6 volumes of this cultivation method from the Heavenly Hook Fish clan. The remaining volumes must have been lost in the river of time. After 8 months, Ning Fan finally used up all the power of the Divine Pearl. During these 8 months, the number of Heavenly Hook Jade he had increased from 1,000 pieces to 2,500 pieces. Ning Fan had to admit that the Heavenly Hook Jade was getting harder to cultivate in the later stages. Ning Fan was already very satisfied with his current progress. The explosive power of the ocean-defying sword had greatly improved. Without the help of the Divine Pearl, Ning Fan would need at least 1 to 200 years to cultivate another 1,500 pieces of Heavenly Hook Jade. If he wants to completely cultivate the remaining contents of the 4th volume, he would need at least 1,000 years. The fifth volume could cultivate 100,000 pieces of heavenly hook jade. The sixth volume could allow him to cultivate 1,000,000 pieces of heavenly hook jade. According to the introduction of the Heavenly Hook Sacred Scroll, among the cultivation methods that Ning Fan had yet to obtain, the seventh volume could allow him to cultivate 10,000,000 pieces of heavenly hook jade. The eighth volume would exceed 100 million, the ninth volume would exceed 1 billion, the 10th volume would exceed 10 billion, the 11th volume would exceed 10 billion and the 12th volume would require 100 billion. Even if Ning Fan could maintain the cultivation speed of the fourth volume, he would need at least 10,000 years to cultivate the fifth volume under normal conditions. The sixth volume would require more than 100,000 years, the seventh volume would require 1,000,000 years, the eighth volume would require 10,000,000 years, the ninth volume would require 100 million years, the 10th volume would require 1 billion years, the 11th volume would require 10 billion years and the 12th volume would require 100 billion years. Ning Fan was rather doubtful whether Ancestor Langya, who created the Heavenly Hook Sacred Scroll, had really cultivated this ability to the highest level. One should know that it had only been 1 billion years since the era of immortal sovereign Zido. Perhaps that Ancestor Langya has a Water Dao supreme treasure that can greatly speed up the cultivation of the Heavenly Hook Jade. Ning Fan guessed inwardly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. On this day, in the Black Tortoise Pass, a few figures suddenly appeared. With a secret technique, they silently dived to the bottom of the Realm River. These people were none other than Ning Fan and his group, who were trying to enter the bottom of the sixth path to repair the immortal sovereign realm seal. Ning Fan, Old Devil Bai, Emperor Tsang, Emperor Su Kong, Emperor Shen Kong, 8 scenery emperors, Emperor Jin Heng and Luo Ho. This time, only these 8 people would be participating in the operation. The weakest among them was close to the 8th Tribulation Immortal Emperor realm. Those whose strength was lower than this standard would not be of much help to repairing the seal even if they participate in the operation. Instead, they might expose their whereabouts due to the large number of participants and be attacked by the foreign races. Since they were going to the hinterland of the foreign races, Ning Fan had to inform Emperor Tsang and the others about the true strength of the foreign races, a strength that even the Taurus Palace did not know about. That was the existence of the blood god Dark Crow. When Emperor Tsang and the others found out that there was actually a blood god Dark Crow at the bottom of the water of the foreign races, all of them sucked in a cold breath. They became even more cautious about the operation this time. This was the result that Ning Fan wanted. He did not want Emperor Tsang and the others to misjudge the strength of the foreign races and make a mistake in their plan. According to the ancient records of my Taurus Palace, there are a total of 12 immortal sovereign realm seals at the bottom of the world river. They are located in the 12 water paths. However, 11 of them are just illusions. Only the seal on the 6th path is real. Therefore, if we want to repair the immortal sovereign realm seals that are getting weaker day by day, the first thing we have to do is to repair the real seal on the 6th path. Everyone, please take a look at this map of mine. The real seal on the 6th path has a total of 3 sealed towers. We don't need to visit all of the sealed towers. We just need to go to any one of them and we will be able to repair the immortal sovereign realm seals. Among the 3 sealed towers, one of them is located in the divine palace of the foreign races. It is the place where the great divine priest of the foreign races personally guards. It is also the place where the foreign races gather their troops. The sealed tower here is naturally not something that we can covet. As for the second sealed tower, it is located in the territory of the Divine Lotus clan. According to the records of my Taurus Palace, the Divine Lotus clan is a super clan in the East World River. There are more than 3 quasi-saints guarding the sealed tower in the clan all year round. 3 quasi-saints aren't people we can fight against. That's why this tower isn't our target. Our target is the last sealed tower. The 3rd sealed tower is located in the territory of the Heavenly Shadow clan. The Heavenly Shadow clan used to be a super clan in the East Border River. However, something happened to this clan in antiquity times. The entire clan was destroyed. Even the 3 sage-to-be who guarded the sealed tower and the sealed tower itself were destroyed. Now, only a few immortal sovereigns of the Heavenly Shadow clan are active in the various water paths. They are no longer as prosperous as they used to be. However, the original territory of the Heavenly Shadow clan is now a wasteland that no one cares about. It is said that there is a huge amount of karma left in this place. Therefore, ordinary cultivators don't dare to stay here for a long time. Since the sealed tower has been destroyed, there is no need to send people to guard it. Therefore, the great divine priests of the foreign clans don't have many soldiers stationed here. Occasionally, there will be a few immortal sovereigns of the foreign clans who come here to cultivate their karma. Although the 3rd sealed tower has been destroyed, the Taurus Palace has the pagoda repair technique that the immortal sovereign gave us. It can be repaired. The sealed tower is the medium that connects the seals of the East World River. We need the power of the sealed tower to repair the seals of the immortal sovereign in the East World River. Now, I will explain the details of the plan. First, we need to sneak into the remains of the Heavenly Shadow clan and eliminate the few immortal sovereigns who are cultivating there. We don't want them to disturb us. Second, we need to repair the sealed tower. Third, which is also the most dangerous step, we need to repair the immortal sovereign seals after we repair the sealed tower. This is extremely dangerous. As long as the sealed tower reappears in the East World River, the foreign clans will definitely sense it and send an army to eliminate us. This place is under the water of the foreign clans. They have as many immortal sovereigns, half-saints and half-saints as they want. Killing us will be as easy as flipping their palms. It's hard to say whether we can withstand the attacks of the foreign clans and repair the immortal sovereign seals. Even if we succeed, we will certainly be besieged by the half-saints of the foreign clans. It's also hard to say how many of us can return from the East World River alive. Then, this old man will ask you one last time. Have you really decided to take the risk of dying in this operation? It's still not too late to back out now. The water of the East World River was cold. The moment Ning Fan jumped into the river, he recalled the last question of the Golden Heng Emperor before the operation. It's still not too late to back out now. However, even though Emperor Tsang and the others struggled silently, none of them chose to back out in the end. All of them were prepared to die before they joined this operation. It did not mean that these people's consciousness was really high or that they really cared about the rise and fall of the world and the welfare of the common people. Most people were selfish. Those who selflessly returned the favor to the world were the minority after all. However, no matter how selfish or cold-blooded a person was, he or she would more or less have some restraints and reluctance in this world. After all, the truly cold-blooded and heartless devils were only the minority in the cultivation world. Besides, it was impossible for such people to participate in the meeting of the East World River. If they do not participate in the operation to repair the immortal sovereign seals, they would certainly be safe for the time being. However, it was also possible that the repair of the immortal sovereign seals would fail due to the lack of their own strength. In that case, the power of the seals would eventually be exhausted one day. In that case, the iron hooves of the foreign clans would once again invade the eastern sky in the near future. Moreover, the scale of the invasion this time would certainly be much larger than the last time. After all, during the previous invasion of the foreign clans, the remaining power of the immortal sovereign seals still remained, which limited the scale of the invading army. The enemies did not even have any half-saints. However, it was different this time. There were too many experts of the foreign clans coming out of the water. How many immortal sovereigns had Ning Fan killed on the surface of the water before the full-scale war began? There should be more than dozens of them. How many half-saints were there? The scale of the chaos in the East World River this time was just too huge. This was the evidence that the power of the immortal sovereign seals was almost exhausted. If they let the power of the immortal sovereign seals continue to be exhausted, the half-saints of the foreign clans would also come out of the water. Even that blood god Jiao Wu that Ning Fan mentioned might come out of the water and invade the eastern sky. No one was born to be selfless. At least, Ning Fan was not. Even if he was putting himself in danger now, he was not doing it for the sake of the world. Instead, he was doing it for those few people. World technique, space isolation. Emperor Jin Heng activated a secret technique which was said to be obtained from the Beast clan of the Northern Heaven Realm. As soon as this technique was activated, an invisible spatial barrier appeared around Ning Fan and his group, concealing their traces. They were obviously not hiding themselves. However, the low-grade foreign clans that were patrolling in the surroundings could not see them at all even though they were very close to them. Occasionally, a big fish would pass by and hit them, but it would magically pass through the space barrier from one end to the other without hitting them. It was Ning Fan's first time seeing such a miraculous spatial secret technique. He could not help but think highly of Emperor Jin Heng's strength. With the help of Emperor Jin Heng, Ning Fan and his group did not need to hide themselves anymore. They quietly sneaked into the territory of the Heavenly Shadow clan. As far as their eyes could see, there were countless collapsed sea peaks, decayed coral rocks and a rocky ground that was riddled with holes. This was the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow clan. Due to the mysterious destruction of the clan in the past, this place was still covered with a layer of strange red mist that could not be extinguished by water and fire. Having mist underwater was supposed to be a marvelous sight. Besides, this red mist was extremely beautiful. It covered the ruins like a fairyland. However, Ning Fan and his group did not have the mood to appreciate the beautiful red mist. It was because this red mist was nothing else but karma that was so massive that it had materialized. To ordinary cultivators, it was an extremely ominous thing that they should not touch. Every evil deed in this world would produce karma. Among them, the karma generated by killing people was the most. However, karma would dissipate. It was extremely rare to see a place like the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow clan where people had died countless years ago but still retained a massive amount of karma. The karma in this place gave Ning Fan an ominous feeling. His body instinctively did not want to enter this place. However, he knew that he had no choice but to go there. Even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he still had to enter it. The magnetic force at the bottom of the world river is too strong. Ordinary spirit sense can't spread too far, especially in a place like this where karma is everywhere. You can't use your spirit sense recklessly. I heard that fellow Taoist Ning has an ancient treasure-searching compass. Can you use it to check if there are any immortal emperors of the enemy forces in this place? Emperor Jin Heng asked. Ning Fan nodded and activated the treasure-searching compass. He set the compass to search for the immortal emperors of the enemy forces. Not long after, 3 light spots appeared on the compass. 3 people, huh? Sure enough, there are immortal emperors of the foreign races cultivating their karma here. These people will disturb our actions and expose our whereabouts. We must eliminate them secretly. However, we can't kill them directly. When an immortal emperor dies, his life plate will certainly shatter. This will attract the attention of the foreign races. Fellow Taoist Void, when the time comes, please use your great Kiliacosm treasure to pull these immortal emperors of the foreign races into your great Kiliacosm. Then, we will deal with them, Emperor Jin Heng said. Great Kiliacosm treasure. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. They looked at the Void Emperor. Obviously, they did not know that he actually had such a supreme treasure. Even the junior brother of the Void Emperor, Shen Space Emperor, did not know that his senior brother had such a treasure. However, Emperor Jin Heng actually knew about it. From this, it could be seen that this person's ability to gather information was extremely strange. He was almost omniscient. The Void Emperor frowned. If it was in the past, he would most likely kill the person who revealed his trump card to keep it a secret. However, now was the time when they were facing a common enemy. He knew what was important and what was not. He nodded and agreed to use the great Kiliakosm treasure. However, he smiled bitterly. Everyone, please don't overestimate my great Kiliakosm treasure. The world it contains is just a severely damaged great Kiliakosm. Chapter 1153. The illusory world that Ning Fan was in was just a complete great thousand worlds. After learning that the world of the Void Emperor's great Kiliakosm was not in perfect condition but a damaged one, everyone's expression relaxed. However, they were still somewhat surprised. The weight of time and space contained in a complete great Kiliakosm could directly crush an ancient great cultivator to death. Even if it was just a damaged great Kiliakosm, it was enough to imprison some immortal emperors who were not considered strong. It was very suitable to imprison the immortal emperors of the alien race who were cultivating in this place. Brother Bai, you can use the clear heaven white jade building to cover our heads. This treasure has a miraculous effect in restraining karma. Emperor Jin Heng said. Old Devil Bai nodded. He raised the small white jade building in his hand and released a cloud of light to cover everyone. As soon as the building's ability was activated, the surrounding karma was immediately suppressed. Seeing that, Emperor Jin Heng gave them a few more instructions. Then, he led the team into the depths of the ruins. Emperor Jin Heng's cultivation base was not the highest among them. However, as the Taurus Palace was located in an ancient town and guarded the Boundary River, he knew many secrets about the Boundary River the best. Thus, he was the one who gave the orders for this trip. According to Ning Fan's treasure-searching compass, there was an immortal emperor of the alien race in each of the northwestern, northeastern and southeastern corners of the ruins. They were in seclusion there. Because the spatial barrier of the Realm Beast clan was extremely good at concealing itself, everyone hid within the barrier and quietly approached one of the immortal emperors of the alien race. Surprisingly, no one noticed them at all. It was a sixth tribulation immortal emperor of the dragon crab race. His huge body was lying on top of a collapsed building, carefully absorbing the karma of this place. The dragon crab race had an extremely high resistance to karma. That was why he dared to absorb the karma that ordinary cultivators would avoid like snakes and scorpions. Of course, he did not dare to absorb too much each time. At this moment, this immortal emperor of the dragon crab race was carefully pulling the surrounding karma into an extremely thin red line and chewing it into his stomach. All of a sudden, a faint spatial fluctuation appeared around them. The fluctuation was extremely weak, so weak that only the nearby dragon crab race immortal emperors could sense it. Those who were too far away could not sense it. The moment this spatial fluctuation appeared, the dragon crab race immortal emperor felt the world spin. In the next moment, he was forcefully pulled into the Void Emperor's realm treasure. This was a dilapidated world that was suffused with grey aura, and it had been abandoned for countless years. Even then, it still caused the expression of the dragon crab race's immortal emperor to change violently, and he spoke with shock and fury. Which clan are you from, fellow Taoist? How dare you imprison me with the legendary Great Kiliakosm realm treasure? My name is Yuan Xie, and I am a subordinate of the Divine Priest. Is there any misunderstanding here? He spoke in the language of the outsiders. Of course, no one on the scene could understand it. Ning Fan was the only one who understood the language of the foreign races. Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. You're the one I'm trying to capture. Stay here. As soon as he said that, the figures of Ning Fan and his group quietly appeared in this desolate world. Hiss. White-robed Yama. And he actually brought so many Eastern Heaven immortal emperors. My life is over. The face of the dragon crab race's immortal emperor instantly turned pale with fright. Just Ning Fan alone was enough to make him realize that he was doomed. Besides, there were actually so many Eastern Heaven immortal emperors following behind Ning Fan. How could he possibly survive today? He could not escape even if he wanted to. After being imprisoned in this world, he would not be able to find a spatial crack to escape from this place without a few days of time. Then, here came the question. Would Ning Fan and his group give him a few days to slowly find the exit and escape? In just one exchange, the Dragon Crab Race's immortal emperor was subdued by Ning Fan and his group. After knocking him unconscious, he was temporarily sealed in this world. They did not kill him. If they did, the foreign races would immediately notice that something had changed in this place. There are two more. The group exited the world and hid under the spatial barrier again. They approached the place where another immortal emperor of the foreign races was in seclusion and captured him in the same way. Not long after that, the last immortal emperor of the foreign races who was in seclusion was also captured. We can begin to repair the sealed tower now. But before that, we need to set up some concealment formations on this ruin. If the experts of the foreign races who are passing by sense the fluctuations here, it will not be good. There is a concealment formation in my Taurus Palace called the Four Corners Formation. It requires 4 fellow Taoists to occupy a corner each and control it at the same time. They cannot leave their positions without permission. Once this formation is activated, it can deceive even a first-level quasi-saint. If fellow Taoist Ning's Severing Fate sword is guarding the eye of the formation, it can even deceive a second-level quasi-saint. Fellow Taoist Ning, can you lend me your sword? Emperor Jin Heng asked. Of course. Ning Fan nodded and summoned the Severing Fate sword, temporarily lending it to Emperor Jin Heng. After observing the ruins for a long time, Emperor Jin Heng roughly figured out the general layout of this place. He chose the location of the main formation eye and inserted the Severing Fate sword into it. Then, he asked Su Kong, Shen Kong, Ba Jing and Luo Ho to each guard a corner of the ruin. With the combined strength of the 4 of them, they activated the formation marks of the Four Corners Formation. All of a sudden, the heavenly secrets of the entire ruin were cut off. Not a single trace of magic power could leak out from it. As a result, even if Ning Fan's group were to create a huge disturbance inside, it would not be easy for others to detect them. The Four Corners Formation cannot be separated from people. Fellow Taoist Su Kong and the others must guard the formation. They can't participate in the repair of the sealed tower. Therefore, only the 4 of us are the ones who are actually repairing the tower. Fellow Taoist Ning, please use the treasure-searching compass to locate the exact location of the sealed tower. The sealed tower has its own concealment function. Even if the sealed tower has been damaged for many years, no one will be able to detect its location easily. Even with the help of the treasure-searching compass, Ning Fan still spent a long time to barely find the approximate location of the sealed tower. Emperor Jin Heng led Ning Fan, Bai Yulo and Emperor Tsang to the approximate location of the sealed tower. Then, they sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to chant scriptures. The scripture was called the Great Purple Battle Devil Sealing Scripture. It could be used to communicate with the sealed tower and summon it out of its concealed state. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. On the 3rd day, a purple light suddenly shone brightly above a certain ruin. A demon tower with a bull horn that was made from purple jade appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was one of the 3 sealed towers in the 6th path. It was severely damaged. The cracks on the tower's body were repaired but the corrosion was severe. There were also countless seaweed and shells living on it. Not a single bit of sealing power was left in the tower. This was an abandoned tower. Countless years ago, it was destroyed together with the Heaven Shadow clan. The surface of the tower was densely packed with damaged runes. Those runes were written in at least hundreds of languages. All of them were the languages of the ancient cultivators. Even with Ning Fan's experience, he could only recognize a few of them. Ancient divine language, ancient demon language, ancient devil language, ancient barbaric language, these words were repeated over and over again. All of them contained the same content. Purple star on the left, star duel on the right. Open your eyes, it is a dream. Close your eyes, it is emptiness. This was not the first time Ning Fan had seen this incantation engraved on the sealed tower. This incantation was engraved on the 9 heavenly desolation stone gates that were connected to the true world. In the past, Ning Fan had also heard this incantation from Taoist Mu Song on the Wood Island. Immortal Sovereign Zido seemed to like carving this incantation everywhere. Legend has it that this incantation contained a divine ability that the immortal sovereign had left behind. Unfortunately, even though Ning Fan had studied this incantation for many years, he still could not understand the key point of this incantation. He no longer looked at the incantation. Instead, he followed Emperor Jinheng and began to repair the sealed tower. Repairing the tower was just the first step in repairing the immortal sovereign's seal. The immortal materials used to repair the tower were all provided by Emperor Jinheng. They were taken from the storehouse of the Taurus Palace. Many of them were passed down from ancient times. Under the leadership of Emperor Jinheng, the work of repairing the tower went smoothly. 10 days later, the sealed tower was fully repaired. A brand new tower with ox horns appeared before everyone's eyes. This tower emitted a strong will. Except for Ning Fan, who had the yin-yang battle power which gave him a high resistance against willpower, the rest of them were pressured by that will to the point that they could not breathe. This is the immortal sovereign's will. I didn't expect that after so many years, this tower actually still retains such a level of immortal sovereign's will. If this tower is in its peak condition, I'm afraid we won't even be able to get within 10,000 zhang of this tower. Emperor Tsang and the others sighed with emotion. The sealed tower had also been repaired. The next step was the most crucial one. They needed to send someone into the tower and use the power of the sealed tower to add the repair materials to the immortal sovereign's seal in the entire world river. Only one person could enter the sealed tower at a time. There was no exception. Therefore, they did not need everyone to enter the tower. As long as they can complete this task, no matter how powerful the foreign races were, they would not be able to cause trouble on a large scale again. However, the person who is sent into the tower would have to bear a huge risk. If they are not careful, their reincarnation cycle would be directly destroyed by the sealing power of the tower. The person who died in this way would be forgotten by all the living beings in the reincarnation cycle. Forgotten, this is really the style of immortal sovereign Zido. Speaking of which, immortal sovereign Zido's reincarnation power originally contained the power to erase memories. Then, among the 4 of them, who should be sent to take the risk to repair the sealed tower? I'll go. I know the most about repairing seals. Emperor Jinheng's expression showed that he was struggling. In the end, he sighed and said, I am the leader of the alliance. Since this matter is dangerous, I naturally should be the one to do it. Emperor Tsang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Humph. My cultivation base is the highest. Of course, I should be the one to go. If you all repair the tower, the failure rate is too high. Old Devil Bite said awkwardly. These 3 people were actually fighting to enter the sealed tower, as if they were not afraid of the dangers of the sealed tower at all. Of course, they were not really fearless. It was just that there were things that real men should do and things that they should not do. However, there were some beliefs that must be carried out. Even though there were millions of people, they still had to go. In the beginning, every young man's heart was filled with hot-bloodedness. However, that hot-bloodedness was eventually extinguished by the passage of time. Emperor Tsang and the others were no longer hot-blooded and impulsive young men. At this moment, they were actually fighting to take the risk. It made Ning Fan's heart tremble. All of a sudden, he recalled all kinds of hot-blooded and impulsive scenes when he was young. Hot-blooded people who took risks were stupid. Only those who were wise enough to protect themselves were wise. The former could easily die in the long river of cultivation without causing much of a splash. The latter, on the other hand, could usually survive until the end. Compared to those shrewd and sophisticated faces, Ning Fan felt that Emperor Tsang and the others who were fighting to take the risk were more adorable. I think it's better for me to go. Ning Fan finally spoke. He was not as noble as Emperor Tsang and the others. His motive was very simple. He wanted to cultivate the immortal sovereign's seal so that he would have a higher success rate compared to the others. Among the immortal emperors present, the one who understood immortal sovereign Zido's power the most was Ning Fan, who used to be his disciple. He was familiar with immortal sovereign Zido's will pressure. He was familiar with immortal sovereign Zido's reincarnation wind mist. Emperor Tsang and the others might face a life-or-death situation when they try to repair the seal. As for him, he was not facing such a huge risk. Even if he could not succeed in repairing the seal, he was confident that he could protect himself. However, the others did not know that Ning Fan had the confidence to protect himself. When Emperor Tsang and the others saw that Ning Fan was actually fighting for his life like them, all of them were moved. They were filled with emotions and had a higher opinion of Ning Fan's character. The four of them competed for a while. In the end, Ning Fan won the chance to enter the sealed tower. This made Emperor Tsang and the others feel even more ashamed. Ning Fan contributed the most in recovering the pass on the surface of the water. However, he actually took the biggest risk in repairing the immortal sovereign's seal underwater. They really felt a little apologetic. Unfortunately, the moment Ning Fan stepped into the demon tower, no one else could enter it unless Ning Fan came out. As a result, it was too late for Emperor Tsang and the others to enter the tower to exchange for Ning Fan. The inside of the tower was filled with the suffocating pressure of the immortal sovereign's will. At the top of the tower, countless skeletons were displayed. They were the victims who had tried to enter this place to repair or destroy the immortal sovereign's seal for various purposes. Repairing the immortal sovereign's seal was really very dangerous. These skeletons were the proof. Among them were the skeletons of cultivators, beasts of different races, immortal emperors and quasi-saints. There were at least 1,000 immortal emperors and dozens of quasi-saints who died at the top of the tower. Those who died here would lose their names and be erased from all historical records. No one knew who these people were. Even their relatives and disciples had long forgotten about their existence. If they died here, no one would remember them. If they died here, everything related to these people would be erased by the cycle of reincarnation. Therefore, after these people died, even their magic treasures and storage pouches could not be preserved. Logically speaking, Ning Fan would not be able to deduce the origins of these people from the ancient books, legends and traces left behind at the scene. However, he was a cultivator who could communicate with all living things. He could directly talk to these skeletons and ask them about their identities. Ning Fan asked, "Who are you?" The first skeleton answered, "Immortal cultivator Zido, immortal slackening sect, immortal Huan from the ancient times." Shocking. The first skeleton that Ning Fan casually asked was actually an ancient great cultivator. "Who are you?" The second skeleton answered, "Immortal cultivator Zido, blazing origin sect, Lu Yunzhou, the fourth disciple of great Saint Lu Yuan." Someone from the blazing origin sect actually died here. What a coincidence, a disciple of the blazing origin sect and a disciple of great Saint Lu Yuan. Ning Fan remembered that great Saint Lu Yuan seemed to be the master of great Emperor Ancient Chaos. In other words, the owner of this skeleton was originally the senior brother of great Emperor Ancient Chaos. With the character of great Emperor Ancient Chaos, if he knew that there was a skeleton of a cultivator from the blazing origin sect in this place, he would definitely bring it away after his rebirth. There was only one reason why he did not come to look for this set of remains. It was because this set of remains had been forgotten by the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. This was the terrifying aspect of immortal sovereign Zido. He was able to make the people closest to him forget about him. Ning Fan sighed and continued asking. He realized that the origins of these skeletons were really from all kinds of people. There was the descendant of Zi Wei. There was the descendant of Big Dipper. There was the intruder who followed immortal Emperor Zhang Qing to invade the illusory world in the past. There was the spy of a certain sect in the illusory world. There was also the thief who came here to search for treasures. Search for treasures? What treasures? Is there any treasure here? Ning Fan was surprised that there was actually someone who came here with a third purpose other than repairing and destroying the seal. Very soon, Ning Fan discovered that there seemed to be more than one thief who came here to search for treasures. This sealed tower is completely empty. Could it be that there is really some treasure here? Ning Fan suppressed these greedy thoughts. Whether or not there was a treasure was not the main problem. Let's repair the seal first. The reason why he spent time talking to the skeletons was just to gather some information and understand the cause of death of these people. Unfortunately, he could not find out anything. Until now, he had not encountered any danger on his way to the top of the tower. In other words, danger would only appear after he starts repairing the immortal sovereign seal. Considering that many immortal sovereigns of Zido who tried to repair the seal had died in this place, it also meant that the risk was not controlled by immortal sovereign Zido's will. That was why he would indiscriminately kill the people who tried to touch the seal, regardless of whether they had good or bad intentions. Ning Fan pondered for a long time. Finally, he patted his storage pouch and took out a golden bamboo tube with a picture of a golden bull on it. There was some golden powder sealed inside the bamboo tube. It was made by grinding the horns of an ancient heavenly bull. It could be used to carve formation marks on the top of the tower. Through the formation marks, hundreds and thousands of repair materials could be refined into the immortal sovereign seal. Carving the formation was not a problem for Ning Fan. In just a few hours, he finished carving the formation. Next, he only needed to follow the method taught by Emperor Jinheng and place different types of repair materials into the respective positions of the formation eyes. There was an incense table beside the formation. After arranging the repair materials, Ning Fan took out a curved blade of the Taurus Palace which was made from the rib of a heavenly bull. He lit up a few pieces of talisman paper and began to cast the formation. Again, and again, Ning Fan waved the curved blade of the Taurus Palace like a Taoist wielding a peachwood sword while chanting the incantation taught by Emperor Jinheng. Gradually, the formation marks on the top of the tower began to light up. Pieces of repair materials were absorbed into the formation, turning into a massive amount of repair power that merged into the immortal sovereign seal in the entire Eastern Realm River. After a long time, the immortal sovereign seal which had been drained for many years finally received new power for the first time. All of a sudden, the power of the seal in the entire Realm River showed signs of strengthening. Countless members of the foreign races trembled in fear. The fear of immortal sovereign Zido was awakened from the depths of their bloodline. Immortal sovereign Zido was definitely not a benevolent sovereign. He had never been one. His achievement was to create the Zido immortal domain, which was a world where all living beings were equal. However, before he created the world, he had razed the Ziwei immortal domain and the Big Dipper immortal domain to the ground. This was the reason why the immortal cultivators of Ziwei hated the descendants of Zido. It was also the reason why they were afraid of immortal sovereign Zido. In the divine palace of the Sixth Path, the Grand Divine Sea of the foreign races was discussing something with the quasi-saints of the foreign races. All of a sudden, they sensed that the seal of the Realm River showed signs of strengthening. Their expressions immediately changed. Damn it! Why did the seal of the immortal sovereign seal suddenly strengthen? Could it be that the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven have infiltrated the Sixth Path sealed tower? We endured humiliation and made a deal with the Demon Conferral Summit. We sacrificed our clansmen time and time again to worship blood god Gung Wu. All we wanted was to break the seal of the Eastern Realm River and let all the immortal cultivators of Ziwei return to the mainland to kill all the descendants of Zido. We suffered untold hardships to make the seal dry up to today's situation. How can we allow outsiders to repair the seal? Kill them. All the Zido immortal cultivators deserve to be killed. Which sealed tower has been invaded? Quickly send reinforcements. The Divine Palace's sealed tower is fine, but the sealed tower of the Sky Shadow clan has been destroyed long ago. It seems that the sealed tower of the Sacred Lotus clan has a problem. Grand Divine Sea, please give the order to quickly support the Sacred Lotus clan. We must not let the ants of the Eastern Heaven successfully repair the immortal sovereign seal of the Eastern Realm River. Immediately, several quasi-saints of the foreign races wanted to help the Sacred Lotus clan, but they were stopped by the Grand Divine Sea with a gloomy face. Wrong, it's not the Sacred Lotus clan. Those Eastern Heaven cultivators don't have the ability to repair the seal under the eyes of the three saints of the Sacred Lotus. I'm afraid they used some unknown method to use the sealed tower of the Sky Shadow clan. The Grand Divine Sea said gloomily. What? Wasn't the sealed tower of the Sky Shadow clan destroyed long ago? Stupid. Don't forget what those sealed towers were transformed from, and don't forget that there are still people from the Taurus Palace among the Eastern Heaven cultivators. Is it strange that those Heavenly Bull disciples have a way to repair the destroyed sealed tower? Unfortunately, those ants' plan is flawed, and they don't know that the sealed tower of the Sky Shadow clan had such a big mess in the past. The Heavenly Bull that turned into this tower has already betrayed its promise to Zido Immortal Sovereign. Zido's immortal cultivators want to use this tower to repair the Immortal Sovereign seal. What a pity, what a pity. Those Eastern Heaven ants will be killed by that rebel Heavenly Bull. They simply can't repair the seal. It's not the Eastern Heaven cultivators that are making this old man upset. They don't have the ability to repair the Immortal Sovereign seal, this is certain. The real trouble is that rebel Heavenly Bull. That's an ancient great cultivator. Back then, how many quasi-saints died to destroy his tower? Even the Sky Shadow clan was exterminated because of this battle. Someone, go and inform Lord Blood God. Tell him that the great enemy who severely injured it in the past is going to wake up again. Lord Blood God will certainly be very interested and come to fight that rebel Heavenly Bull. Everything went smoothly. Ning Fan subdued the Immortal Sovereign seal in an orderly manner. Occasionally, Immortal Sovereign Zido's sealing power would overflow and attack Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan activated his primordial true body and neutralized it. He did suffer some injuries, but those injuries were definitely not fatal. Perhaps it could kill Tsang Di and the others, but it was not enough to kill Ning Fan. It was also not enough to kill ancient great cultivators. Then, here comes the question. Who killed those ancient great cultivators in the skeletons at the top of the tower? There seems to be some kind of danger hidden in the dark. It is different from the will of the Immortal Sovereign Seal. It has its own independent consciousness and no one knows about it. While Ning Fan was puzzled, an unprecedented sense of danger suddenly spread throughout his body. He felt his vision turn black. Then, his primordial true body felt an intense pain as if his bones had cracked, as if he was severely injured by something. In an instant, the world turned upside down and he was swallowed into the stomach of something unknown. What was it that swallowed him? He couldn't even resist. Finally, I'm awake. The entire sealed tower suddenly emitted the chi and voice of a living person. Chapter 1154. The world spun and the space in front of him turned pitch black. Ning Fan felt as if he had been swallowed by something. It was as if he had been directly swallowed from the top of the sealed tower to another dark space. The being that swallowed him was unusually strong. It actually emitted an aura that was comparable to an ancient great cultivator. His nose was filled with a mixture of acid and rotten smell. The dark space he was currently in seemed to be the stomach of that great cultivator. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. Could the ancient great cultivator that swallowed him be the real cause of death of the skeletons on the top of the tower? The improvement of his state of mind allowed him to remain calm and fearless even when facing an ancient great cultivator. He still had the important task of repairing the Immortal Sovereign Seal. How could he be eaten by this great cultivator of unknown origin? Finally, I've woken up. Junior, I've just woken up and I'm very hungry. Are you willing to become my food? In the dark space, a hoarse voice reverberated continuously. It carried the enormous aura of an ancient great cultivator. Its heavy aura pressed down on Ning Fan, trying to squash him to death. This supreme being only knew that Ning Fan was just an ordinary last days immortal king. Even an last days immortal emperor would have trouble dealing with the suppression of such an aura, let alone a mere immortal king. It had just woken up. Now was the moment when it was at its weakest. It was also the moment when Ning Fan had the highest chance of escaping from its stomach. The voice carried an extremely strong bewitching power, causing Ning Fan's sea of consciousness to shake. Subconsciously, he wanted to agree to become its food. Fortunately, Ning Fan's resistance against illusion techniques was rather high. He instantly woke up from the bewitching state and let out a devil roar, shattering the bewitching voice that reverberated in the dark space. He then activated his ability and rays of light shone from his body, illuminating the dark space. The walls of the stomach were wriggling. This place was indeed the stomach of that supreme being. A mere immortal king like you can actually break my illusion technique. The other party was obviously a little surprised. Ning Fan still did not say a word. He turned his hand and summoned the treasure-searching compass, using it to locate the weakest part of the stomach of this supreme being. In the next moment, he summoned the ocean-defying sword and stabbed it at the weakest part without saying a word. Ding! Even with the weight and sharpness of the sea-defying sword, when it stabbed into the soft stomach wall of this supreme existence, it was actually unable to pierce through. Instead, it produced the sound of metal colliding. Even though Ning Fan did not pierce through the wall of that supreme being's stomach and escape from it, he still managed to inflict great pain on that supreme being who was still in a weakened state. Roar! From within the sealed pagoda came the angry roar of an ox or a beast. This roar contained the pressure of an ancient great cultivator. The pressure triggered a torrent under the water. With the sealed tower as the center, the massive water pressure crazily swept over the entire Heaven Shadow clan's vestige. The expressions of Sovereign Jinheng and the others who were guarding outside the tower changed drastically when they sensed the aura force of the ancient great cultivators inside the tower. How could they not know that something had happened inside the tower and that Ning Fan had encountered an unknown danger? They wanted to rush into the tower to support Ning Fan immediately. However, they could not do so. Instead, due to their lack of strength, they were directly blown away by the massive water pressure in the surroundings. Be it Sovereign Jinheng and the other two immortal emperors of the tower or the four cultivators who were guarding the formation like the Void Space Emperor, all of them were blown out of the Heaven Shadow clan's vestige by the water pressure. Only then did they barely manage to stabilize their bodies. Their blood and chi were surging and their hearts were pounding. The four-sided formation that was set up around the ruins was shattered by the water pressure released by the ancient great cultivator in just an instant. It seemed so fragile. Damn it! What exactly happened inside the tower? Fellow Taoist Ning must be fine. Sovereign Jinheng and the others' expressions turned extremely ugly. At the same time, they felt a trace of lingering fear. None of them expected that they would actually encounter an ancient great cultivator's level of danger while repairing the immortal sovereign's seal inside the tower. Ning Fan was the only one who could barely protect himself in the face of such danger. If they were the ones who entered the tower, they would probably be killed by the ancient great cultivator as soon as they saw him. At this moment, Ning Fan's chi was still present. The immortal emperors could still sense his existence even though they were separated by the sealed tower. This made Sovereign Jinheng and the others who were worried about Ning Fan's safety slightly let out a sigh of relief. However, their expressions were still shrouded by dark clouds in the end. There was no other reason. In the opinion of Sovereign Jinheng and the others, Ning Fan's chances of surviving after encountering an ancient great cultivator's level of danger were extremely slim. It was even more impossible for him to withstand such a danger and repair the immortal sovereign's seal. Today's operation was probably going to end in failure. Moreover, Ning Fan, the strongest expert of the Realm River Alliance, might be killed because of today's failure. What should we do? Something has happened inside the tower. Should we abandon our plan and retreat immediately? Sovereign Jin Heng sighed. We can't leave. If we leave, fellow Taoist Ning might not be able to return alive from the tower alone. The aura force of the ancient great cultivator inside the tower seems to have a trace of the heavenly bull's chi. Besides, the feeling this tower gives me right now is like a living person that has its own breath. I vaguely know what kind of danger fellow Taoist Ning is facing. However, how is this possible? The Heavenly Bull clan has clearly signed a contract with immortal sovereign Zido. How is it possible for them to betray him? If they encounter a cultivator who is repairing the seal, they definitely won't attack them. Sovereign Jin Heng's expression was extremely unpleasant. He said something that Sovereign Jin Heng and the others could not understand. The sealed tower can only allow one person to enter at a time. If we can't enter the tower, how are we going to support fellow Taoist Ning? Luo Ho asked with a frown. He owed Ning Fan a huge favor. He did not mind using his life to repay Ning Fan when he is in danger. But the problem was, why would he repay Ning Fan? There seemed to be an inside story behind the sudden change in the sealed tower. Besides, Sovereign Jin Heng, who was familiar with the secrets of the Realm River, seemed to have seen through some of it. That was why Luo Ho asked Sovereign Jin Heng for a solution. Just destroy this tower directly. This tower has betrayed its responsibility. It is impossible for us to use this tower as a medium to repair the immortal sovereign's seal. Today's plan was a mistake from the very beginning. It was my mistake. I missed the possibility that there might be a traitor of the Heavenly Bull clan in the long river of time. Sovereign Jin Heng's words were still not something everyone could guess. However, they still understood what Sovereign Jin Heng meant. He actually wanted to destroy the sealed tower which he had painstakingly repaired in order to save Ning Fan. Let's attack together. Attack this tower. Sovereign Jin Heng did not wait for the others to hesitate. He took the lead and rushed out. He ignored the pressure brought by the enormous water pressure and forcefully rushed back to the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow clan. He rushed back to the outside of the sealed tower and attacked it. Luo Ho followed closely behind Sovereign Jin Heng and rushed back to the sealed tower to attack. Bai Yulo and the others did not hesitate for too long. In the end, they also rushed back to the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow clan and joined the team to attack the sealed tower. Inside the tower, an illusory bull-horned burly man replaced Ning Fan. He stood beside the formation mark that Ning Fan had carved. He stopped roaring in pain and laughed out of extreme anger. It was him who launched a sneak attack from the side and swallowed Ning Fan. At this moment, Ning Fan was already in his stomach. He only thought that it would be as easy as flipping his palm to devour a doomsday immortal king. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan could break free from his illusion technique and even attack his stomach boldly. Hee. It really hurts. This junior's sword is quite powerful. Unfortunately, it is still not enough to pierce through his stomach with this sword. He's indeed an impressive doomsday immortal king. However, that's all he is. In front of an ancient great cultivator like me, an immortal king is just an ant. Liquefied stomach C, ancient immortal devouring. Borrowing samsara, Zido wind mist. Within the space of the stomach, a stinky sea wave suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Ning Fan. That sea wave was none other than the gastric juice that this supreme existence had refined for many years. It was extremely acidic and posed a great threat to Ning Fan. That sea of gastric juice was originally light red in color. However, for some unknown reason, it could actually absorb the small amount of samsara power that immortal sovereign Zido left in the sealed tower and turn it into his own. As such, after the sea of gastric juice absorbed some of the golden-purple wind mist, it suddenly turned purple. The sense of threat that it brought to Ning Fan had also increased by a few times out of nowhere. It was almost a fatal threat. Ning Fan's body instinctively sensed the imminent danger of death from the sea of gastric juice that was glowing with purple light. He knew that he must not be drowned by this sea of gastric juice. He must keep these waves at a distance. Sea-steadying divine needle, appear. Ning Fan summoned the sea-steadying divine needle and activated its sea-steadying divine ability. All of a sudden, the monstrous wave of gastric juice was directly calmed by the sea-steadying divine needle. This ability that could restrain water element abilities was just too heaven-defying. Even though there was a huge gap between Ning Fan's strength and that ancient great cultivator's, he still managed to stabilize the other party's gastric juice with just a single blow with this needle. After succeeding in his attack, Ning Fan's confidence soared and his courage also grew. So what if it's an ancient great cultivator? Since it dares to swallow me into its stomach, it must pay the price. Wishful cudgel. Under my command, grow bigger and longer. Break this person's stomach. As soon as Ning Fan gave the order, the sea-steadying divine needle grew bigger and longer. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the divine needle had already reached the top of the stomach wall. However, it was still growing as if it was going to forcefully break the sky of this space. Bang! A loud bang resounded. Ning Fan actually pierced through the stomach of that supreme existence with the momentum of the sea-steadying divine needle and seized the opportunity to escape from the stomach. On the top of the sealed tower, the illusory bull-horned burly man's face suddenly turned pale. He let out a muffled groan as a bloody hole appeared on his abdomen. Ning Fan held the sea-steadying divine needle that had shrunk back to its original size and escaped while the blood spurted out from the bloody hole. He landed on the ground and held the cudgel in front of his chest while looking at the bull-horned burly man with fear. The other party was also looking at Ning Fan. He did not expect that Ning Fan, a mere immortal king realm cultivator, would actually have the ability to escape from his stomach. When his eyes fell on the sea-steadying divine needle, he immediately understood why Ning Fan was able to escape. It's actually the sea-steadying divine needle. Hee. Interesting. A mere doomsday immortal king is actually qualified to use such a divine item. It seems like I have underestimated you a little. The bull-horned burly man sneered. His eyes were filled with greed and fear when he looked at the divine needle. Obviously, he knew about the famous sea-steadying divine needle that suppressed the defying mortal sea in the past. Senior, who are you? Why did you sneak attack me when I was repairing the immortal sovereign seal? On the surface, Ning Fan was asking the bull-horned burly man a question. However, he was secretly activating the power of yin-yang poison. He infused his poison power into the dim light at the top of the pagoda and launched a sneak attack at the bull-horned burly man. Humph! Who do you think you are? How dare you ask about my identity? The bull-horned burly man was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly stopped talking. At the next moment, he spurted out a mouthful of poisonous blood without any warning. His eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect that he, a dignified great cultivator from the ancient times, would actually be ambushed by Ning Fan, a mere immortal king realm cultivator. Using light as a medium to poison. Humph! Insignificant tricks. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are useless. Refine. The bull-horned burly man activated his great cultivation realm magic power and forcefully refined the poison that had invaded his body. Ning Fan's expression changed. One should know that Ning Fan's current poison power had been infused with the red dot of myriad worlds and the complete green wave fire poison. Its power was incomparable to before. Even a first-level quasi-sage would have to suffer a little if they were poisoned by this poison. However, this bull-horned burly man was actually able to forcefully refine the poison power in his body. Is this the strength of an ancient great cultivator? It's way beyond a first-level quasi-sage. What Ning Fan found even more unbelievable was that the damage that the sea-steadying divine needle caused to the bullhorned burly man's stomach was instantly healed after a flash of light appeared on his abdomen. Even the sea-steadying divine needle could not leave any injuries on this man. Ning Fan was not a hot-blooded person. His calmness allowed him to clearly understand the difference between him and this bullhorned burly man in front of him. This bullhorned burly man's strength was definitely not any weaker than Xue Shen. Moreover, if it wasn't because this man had just woken up and his qi was still a little weak, Ning Fan might not even be able to escape from his stomach. He would have been directly digested inside his stomach. It seems like I have no choice but to give up on repairing the immortal sovereign seal today. This man was obviously unwilling to repair the immortal sovereign seal by myself. With him around, even protecting himself would be a problem. How would Ning Fan have the strength to repair the seal? The only thing left was to retreat from this place and find an opportunity to repair the immortal sovereign's seal from the other two sealed towers. Compared to the sealed towers that were guarded by ancient great cultivators, be it the sealed towers that were guarded by the great divine priest of the foreign races or the sealed towers that were guarded by the three quasi-saints of the divine Lotus clan. Illusion technique, explode. Under Ning Fan's command, a trace of extremely hidden illusion power suddenly invaded the bullhorned burly man's sea of consciousness. Being caught off guard, the bullhorned burly man was bewitched by Ning Fan's illusion technique for a moment. However, his cultivation base was strong after all. He regained his consciousness almost instantly. It was a trace of illusion technique that Ning Fan had hidden in his poisonous power. Poisoning the bullhorned burly man earlier was not his goal. Instead, he borrowed the power of the poison to secretly send the illusion technique into the bullhorned burly man's body to buy time for him to leave this place. Even though the bullhorned burly man was only bewitched for a moment, it was enough for Ning Fan to run very far away. He had already run from the top of the tower to the first floor of the tower and reached the entrance. The bullhorned burly man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Among all the abilities he possessed, illusion technique might not be the strongest, but it was definitely not weak either. Now, he was actually tricked by a junior with an illusion technique. It was really embarrassing. You won't be able to escape. Heavenly Bull Skin Mark, Space Mark. The bullhorned burly man smiled coldly. On his face, the back of his hands and all the exposed skin on his body, strange marks that looked like palm lines began to appear. It was actually the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark that Ning Fan had seen once in the Taurus Palace. The prestige of the Taurus Palace was inextricably linked to the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark. According to the ancient records, on the day a certain sovereign attained the Tao, the heavens will turned into a sword and severed half of his palm. The severed palm then turned into the Heavenly Bull clan. It was also recorded that the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark was similar to the palm lines of the Saint Defier. From this, it could be seen how profound the origin of the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark was. Ning Fan did not expect that this bullhorned burly man would actually possess the ability of the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark. Moreover, he did not expect that the moment the bullhorned burly man activated the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark, his body was actually teleported away uncontrollably. Originally, he had already taken the opportunity to escape to the entrance of the tower. However, at this moment, he was directly dragged back to the top of the tower by a force of space, right in front of the bullhorned burly man. With the power of the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark, the bullhorned burly man directly sucked Ning Fan back to his side. Then, he threw a punch at Ning Fan, intending to smash him into pieces. In a hurry, Ning Fan activated his eternal true body. With the size of this sealed tower, it was enough to accommodate his eternal true body. It was true that the defense of his eternal true body was very high. However, under the punch of the bullhorned burly man, all of his defenses crumbled like dried twigs. Ning Fan spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His body heavily smashed against the wall of the tower. This was the first time he was instantly killed by someone with a single punch ever since he obtained the God Exterminating Shield. This bull-horned burly man was too strong. Ning Fan did not have the slightest chance of winning against him. Even though this man was not as strong as the ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor, he was probably a heaven-defying great cultivator from the ancient times who could hardly be a match for him. Interesting. I can't believe you didn't get killed by my punch. Your reflexes are really fast. At the moment when the space changed, you actually had the time to put up your defense. Such reflexes are very suitable for you to cultivate the space mark of the heavenly bull skin mark. What a pity. What a pity. If it was in the past when I didn't hate Immortal Emperor Zido, perhaps I wouldn't mind accepting a descendant of Immortal Emperor Zido like you as my disciple and teach you my Tao. However, Immortal Emperor Zido lied to me. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Be it this damned illusionary world or you damned descendants of Immortal Emperor Zido, all of you deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. Heavenly Bull Skin Mark, Space Mark. The bull-horned burly man once again activated this ability. In an instant, Ning Fan's original position was changed to the space in front of the bull-horned burly man. His vision turned dark and another punch came flying at him. I can't avoid it. The heavenly bull skin mark of this man was too strange. Even if Ning Fan escapes to the ends of the world, this man could still suck him back to the original spot and beat him up. A ray of sword light flew into the sealed pagoda and blocked Ning Fan's path. It was the fate-severing sword that was stuck in the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow Clan. It sensed that its master was in danger and came to protect him on its own. If it was an ordinary punch, the fate-severing sword would be able to withstand it. However, this was a punch from an ancient great cultivator. With a cracking sound, the fate-severing sword was broken into several pieces by the bull-horned burly man's punch. The fate-severing sword let out a mournful wail. Its power was completely destroyed. It had fallen. Ning Fan's eyes were immediately filled with anger. He had never paid attention to the fate-severing sword. However, at this moment, he was touched by its loyal act of protecting him. The fact that the sword died for him had angered him. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.